this meeting of the South Village Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. Tonight is Monday, February 14th, 2022. Let me introduce our board members and participants. They are, as I see them on the screen, Mark McIntyre, Sarah Latham, Peter DeWitt, and John Gregory. And with them, or present, we do have a quorum, and so I move that we open this meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Once, second by Sarah. She was first to the gun, to the buzzer. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So I'd also like to introduce our counsel, Alice Cooley, our recording secretary, Jackie Allen, my dog Winnie, and Kat Styler, our videographer. And joining us tonight is Alex Wallach, who is the village's new planning director, and we're working with our board as well as the others to coordinate our efforts so that we will be able to work better together and have a better result, and all within the umbrella and under the umbrella of collegiality and community spirit. So thank you, Alex, for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm going to try to ignore that for a second. We'll see if it calms down. We have a very full agenda this evening. We'll try to get through it as expeditiously as possible. I've asked Alice earlier ahead of the meeting if we had all affidavits, which is necessary for us to have jurisdiction. Thank you. And we have all with the exception of, you tell me, Jackie and Alan, if this is still the case, of 135 Lewis Street, Charles.
Correct. That's the application of Charles Falco. It's number 10 on the non-historic agenda.
Okay, so if the applicant is here for that, and if you do have the affidavit, raise your hand, and so we can verify that. If not,
Okay, here they are. They're here.
I'm sorry.
They're here.
Okay, could you please confirm if you have affidavits that you can, Alice, would you like them to email them to you?
They would need to be emailed to me, yes.
So whoever is representing that applicant, do you have the affidavits, and do you have them in digital form that or scan that you can send to Alice?
You're on. Okay. You have more than one. I'm going to mute you. Okay, so I need to tell you, you have more than one piece of media working, and you need to shut one down or at least turn the volume down because you have an echo. Okay, now I'm going to ask you to unmute again and see if that helps. Hi, that sounds a little, hello? Hi. Nope. Okay, you have to turn the volume down, please. There's a terrible echo if you don't turn the volume down. All right, let's try it again. Here's your ask to unmute. Yeah, no, that's not going to work.
So do you folks have two speakers going? Does somebody have a cell phone as well as the computer?
I just I muted them, Jeff, so talk at them, okay?
Okay. So if you can show us your face, then you can give us either a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you have the required affidavits. Or Kat, can they chat with you? There's Al. Okay. So folks, do you have affidavits of mailing and posting? This is, now you are the applicants for 135 Lewis Street? Yes, okay, I saw your mouth move, it said yes. Do you have the affidavits that are required? Either a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Okay, let's try the volume one more time.
Okay.
Let's try to unmute them and we'll see if we can decipher it.
Right.
Okay,
Are you there? Can you speak?
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So there's still an echo, but it's not quite as bad. So affidavits of posting and mailing are required. Do you have those? Yes or no?
The letter regarding 135?
The affidavits of posting and mailing, you're required by code to send out mailings of notice to list that the building department sent to you. You're required to then attest to that by way of a notarized affidavit. Oh, you're muted now.
Okay, what was your answer?
We submitted our letter to the department and I
Okay,
emailed.
okay, but did you personally send out letters of mail to each and every neighbor that was on the list supplied by the building department to give them proper notice of this hearing?
You'll have to nod, sir, because I can't keep you on. Yes or no?
Well, we don't have it. I mean, we don't have their affidavits.
Okay, so Ally and Lori, I'm going to suggest that you go to the building department tomorrow. And Jackie, will you be in the building department tomorrow?
I will, actually, I will not be in the office tomorrow, but I'm seeing now, I'm sorry, before I didn't see who's on the screen. Hi, Dr. Thompson, how are you? He's actually the neighbor and not.
Oh, he's the neighbor. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so like Alice said, I haven't received those affidavits of mailing and posting, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
The application's not going to be heard tonight. We can't take
Yeah.
jurisdiction.
So, all right, so thank you. Sorry for the confusion. We have received your letters, by the way, for this particular file, but beyond that, we can't hear it tonight. And if the applicant is here, whether that be Michael White or Chuck, if you're here, we will not be hearing this application this evening because you have not supplied the building department or us with the proper affidavits, and we do not have jurisdiction. So that will be stricken without prejudice from the, or adjourned without prejudice from the agenda. All right, let's proceed, everybody. Thank you, Ally and Lori. Okay, minutes from the last meeting. Have folks had a chance to read those minutes? And if so, are there any edits or comments? And if not, I'll move that we accept them. Okay, I'm assuming you're okay. So I move that we accept into the record the minutes from January 24th. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, second by Peter. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, now let's move on to the written decision. There is one written decision for Alvise Orsini and Jeffrey Van Remdonk at 143 Herrick Road. Council, do you want to summarize the written decision?
Sure. I actually just realized that Peter sent me 2 corrections that I made but didn't send out. So I'll make sure that I send out the final version of this.
Okay.
Just some typos.
Okay.
This is the application of, I'm not going to say those names, for the address is 143 Herrick Road. They applied for a certificate of appropriateness to construct an addition. This property is actually not in the historic district, but is one of 5 individual landmarks in the village. The board conducted 5 hearings for this application for the addition, wherein the plans were, redesigned over time to reduce the size of the addition, the amount that it protruded into the front yard. They changed the design from a shingle style to a glass mirror style to, it looked more like the garden structure on the property and the front porch. What else? The addition was designed to be more subservient to the landmark, and the entryway was redesigned to look more like the original entryway and enclosed with glass. The board assented to the construction of the addition, but did not approve the trim paint color. And in order to approve the paint color for the addition, the applicant will need to provide a paint scrape spectrography analysis to match the trim of the original color. So they'll have to reapply to get that approval once that analysis is completed.
Okay.
I
Thank
hope
you.
I didn't say too much, sorry.
Okay. Before we vote, are there any comments from the board as to the written decision and the application?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, that's why I floor, Peter.
Yeah, thank you. I believe we made an error in hearing this application on January 10th. As you know, it came in after the noon deadline Thursday. It came in at 1:55. The building department closes at 2, and the next day it was closed because of snow. We didn't get the application until midday Monday. You know, I often take the opportunity to analyze the applications, and I was denied which I think helps me in my understanding and sometimes has, I hope, benefited the board members. I didn't have that opportunity. So though I assented to hearing the application, I did so because I didn't want to have applicants have to wait 2 more weeks for comments. And I believe that position that I took and that we all took was an error. I also, and that's all I have to say if you want to conduct the vote.
No, Peter, I mean, there are issues of process and technicalities, and then there are matters of merit. So I guess the question comes down to whether you or any of the other board members would have changed their view at that point or their vote at this point to accepting the written decision, in as much as we've now had 4 weeks to review that material. So that's really a question. I know, Peter, you were not favorably disposed to approving the application.
Correct.
And there was as well. So I know at the time, John and Mark were favorably disposed. So the question then to the board members, has anybody's opinion changed since then?
I would please note, John Bennett's hand is up. That's all I had to say.
I would like to also say that I tried through an email to keep it from being heard at that point, because I really didn't think that adequate historic preservation issues had been addressed. And I found that I was so busy looking at the footprint that I never adequately addressed the actual design. And also by separating the paint out of the decision, we weren't, even in the written decision, it doesn't properly state what I was looking for, which was that the paint analysis has to document the dates of these paints so that the proper paint can match what's being done. And also in the written decision, it talks about the fact that of the similarities between the new design and the reconstructed porch. And I think those differentiation should have been made more evident.
I think we're gonna have to cut this off at this point, because Jeff, there was no vote to reopen the discussion here. So if the board is gonna reopen the discussion.
Well, I was about, go ahead, Alice.
If a board member, even if they are not gonna vote to approve a written decision, if they have comments on the written decision, they can still send those to me, which Peter did.
Okay.
So just in the future, if you have an issue with how it's drafted, please tell it to me. But we're now facing a deadline to adopt this determination, and we've got a closed record. So the board either has to reopen the record or adopt this written determination.
Right. So, and I felt that the language regarding the paint was in line with what we had discussed, that was to be submitted. So, unless there's a unanimous view to reopen the application, then as Alice said, we take a vote to either accept a written decision or not. So, John or Mark, I guess if somebody moves, Alice, somebody would have to move to reopen this. And we'd have to, what would be the order?
Someone should make a motion at this point, either to, reopen the record, or someone should make a motion to adopt the written decision.
Well, can I make a motion to reopen the hearing?
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to reopen the hearing. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Sarah. All those in favor to reopen it? That would be, so you presumably, Peter, you're right. All those opposed?
I have a question. Does this have to be a unanimous decision to reopen?
It has to be unanimous.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'd like us all to vote, but I'm not inclined to reopen it. So I'm nay on that, so.
John, was that a yay or a nay? You're muted. John, you're muted.
That's a nay.
I think would be kind of unfair to the applicant to reopen at this point. So I'm going to be a nay.
Okay, all right, so then we are left, so the motion does not carry. The next motion is to accept the written decision as submitted by council. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
A second by John. All those in favor? That would be me, John.
Aye.
That's three. All those opposed? That would be Sarah and Peter. So the motion carries 3-2. The written decision will be signed tomorrow. So thank you, everybody. I know we don't always agree, but that's the nature of
Okay.
a board. All right.
All right, Jeff, John Bennett's hand is still up. Do you want to hear or no? No?
No, the matter is closed. Thank you.
Okay, got it.
We now will proceed with public hearings in the historic district. The first one, and by the way, trust subtrust A and B is applicant requested an adjournment. The second one, Beechwood Latch, the applicant requested adjournment to February 28th. I move that we accept the applicant's request. To have a second on that.
Second.
Second by Sarah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, unanimously approved to adjourn. Okay, the next application is for BHNH LLC at 109 Hampton Road to amend a prior approval. Please, with the applicant or applicant's representative, present themselves, identify who you are, and let's proceed where we left off.
Okay, John Bennett is in. You have the floor, John.
Okay,
Should I proceed?
yeah,
Jeff?
I mean, I'll just,
Yeah, very
we
good.
left it the last time is that the applicant was looking for a little bit, or at least a second look at the situation by the building department. They did, and submitted a letter saying that essentially that, yes, the dormers could be an alternative, but it wasn't the only solution. And so I think that's pretty much, where we left it.
Yep.
So John, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I have Lucien Lamezza and John Avedon, both from Coral. I want to make sure they're in.
They just raised their hand, so I'll bring them in.
Perfect.
Right?
Yeah.
And then when you guys come in, just identify yourself, and then that way you can all speak.
Thank you.
Not all at once, but you can all speak.
That's a good warning too.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you. A word to the wise, John, or?
Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead.
Just want to make sure that Jonathan is in.
He is. He's
Okay,
in.
Jonathan, you have to put your video and your audio
There
on.
you go. And there's
we go.
one
Okay.
more coming in. Jacques Vanderwatt is coming in also.
I don't
John?
think for this application.
Probably not for this application.
No, by the way, Jack, just while I see you around, Jock, you were, Jake, you were here for 135 Lewis. It's not being heard this evening because the applicant has failed to submit the affidavits of mailing and posting. So enjoy,
Thanks, Jack.
enjoy Valentine's Day. Okay,
All right, should I proceed?
as we all are. Okay.
All I want for Valentine's is an ARB meeting.
Well, you got it. Okay, go ahead.
Thank
We
you.
all got it.
So
Thanks.
Lucian Lamezza, as well as John Avedon from the Coral Group are here, are going to be part of the application and part of the presentation. The issue is, of course, is the dormers on the east side of the house. The house, as you can see, is under serious reconstruction. We get compliments from it all the time. So glad somebody took this old house and put not only a lot of love but a lot of money into it. So and to be quite frank with you folks, the general sort of consensus that I get, even from people who come up to me on the street, is sort of a head scratching. Good Lord, that place sat there for years and you can't get a dormer on the east side. So having said that, I think it's just a rule of reason and sort of an unthankfulness for the what's being done and the love and care and attention and money that's been put into the house. But so back in December of 2021, we sent a very, very specific and detailed letter demonstrating that the pre-existing stairs to the second floor was not to code, and demonstrating quite specifically using residential code sections that the health and safety regulations relative to headroom trump the historic preservation laws. And it only makes sense. While preservation is a good goal, you don't just ignore health and safety routines. You can't say you bought the house, you have to keep on hitting your head on the stairways. You can't, not only you, but your guests and invitees, because these health and safety regulations, these building codes regulations are made not only for the occupants of the house, but also for guests and invitees. So you can't just say, hey, get used to it. You're supposed to create a situation where guests and invitees as well do not have to worry about some sort of peculiar specific knowledge in order to protect their health and their safety. And I don't think there's really been any answer to the negative or to the contrary. There's nothing being submitted to the contrary that says that these health and safety regulations, by the way, not all building code regulations obviously trump the preservation regulations, but these do. And we demonstrated that. So then the question becomes, well, what's the alternative? And there were some various alternatives have been floated about. Peter DeWitt submitted an alternative. One of the things we're going to take you through is Lucian's going to show you what the effect of that alternative is. We also want to remind you that you don't have jurisdiction over the interior to sort of insist upon or bandy about these alternatives when the health and safety and rules trump the preservation rules. But we're going to not only show you what the effect of these attempted alternatives are just from what has to be done in terms of changing to the house, but also the fact that it's their economically an unreasonable alternative. You can't just say you do what you have to do. Do whatever you have to do. There has to be some sort of rule of reason, and you can't just impose upon a homeowner the burden of meeting these regulations regardless of the cost, particularly when they're interior regulations. So, and then I have a couple of follow-up, closing up things to remind the board of. But what I would like to do right now is ask Lucian Lemezza to demonstrate. We've submitted these drawings to the board to demonstrate what the net effect of physically of having to comply with what we've been calling, with, you know, with all respect, Peter, we've called it the DeWitt alternative, because that's what it is. So we hope you don't mind. It's just a sort of shorthand way of referring to it. And Lucian will demonstrate that to you. And then Jonathan is going to talk about the cost. So Lucian, if you want to do that and introduce yourself.
Of course. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lucian Lamnica. I'll be sharing my screen and show you those drawings in just a second. Can you all see my screen with the drawing?
Yeah, well,
We can see part of the out.
yeah,
Just
Jeez,
see,
I think I shared the wrong one.
the Jungfrau or the or Eiger, Mount Eiger.
okay, those are the plans. Yep.
Can you see the drawing? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so as John mentioned, this is an alternative which was presented to us by an ARB board member, in this case, Mr. Peter Dewitt. And it shows the drawings right now show the conditions as built. Like we said, construction is undergoing, and this is what's built. The layout is built as such. If we look at it on the first floor, the wall, this dotted red line with the gray hatch is where the wall is currently in an existing built condition. And as per the proposed alternative, we would have to move this wall by roughly 1 foot 2 inches to accommodate for a 5 foot bathroom, 5 foot wide bathroom. And that also translates that we would have to move a door from here to this location here, which means that we will have to reconfigure the plumbing for this bathroom as well as relocate some of the HVAC duct running through this wall. Another thing that brings up that because of if we move this wall forward, we won't have enough room for a 32-inch door here, which is a minimum by code. We can fit a 2 foot 4 inch door, but that would be quite small for this area. Another thing that this proposal of the stair does, it cuts right through the middle of this window here, which is an existing window. So that brings up another problem. And if we move over to what we would like to do and what we thought was the best solution for this problem that we have here was to have the stair. So if I should mention, actually in the proposal here, we have four rises from this landing, whereas we're proposing to have only 2 risers. So that way we don't have to do any of the relocation of the wall and all that. The reason why we're relocating the wall is because if we have the stair in this configuration, you won't have enough room for a door here, so you cannot even enter the bathroom. But with this configuration, we will have enough room for a door as shown here. And there won't be enough room for a sink there, but we'll have some sort of storage for whatever needs to go in the bathroom, and then relocate, and then the sink and everything else would be on the other side. But what that does in section, as I show here, it doesn't allow for enough headroom when you're on this stair landing. You only have 6 feet 2 3/4, and I believe you need 6 feet 7 inches minimum required by code. And so that leaves us with a bit of a problem there. So the solution we are proposing for that is it would be a dormer. So, and we try to make it as minimal as possible so it's not very intrusive to the facade, but this will clear the head height problem that we have here while not changing anything on the floors, on the layouts that we already have.
All right, thank you. And then, I'm sorry, Lucian.
This is just a 3D. We did a quick 3D just to, because I feel like sometimes it's easier to see it when you see a 3D. This would be the condition without a dormer, where you would hit your head. And I actually was there in person, and I would hit my head. Like I stood there in person. I had to actually crunch down to pass by, and then with a dormer, you'd evidently have enough headroom to walk up and down comfortably. You can take it back, John.
Okay, listen, yeah. So in addition to the significant imposition and burden on the applicant in terms of physical work that has to be done, delays, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, what I did is I asked John Avedon at Coral to compute for you what this translates into in dollars and cents. And that's an important thing. Again, if you take the rule of reason, if you take the fact that these regulations trump the historic preservation, if you take the fact that you can't without any concern about economic effect impose conditions on a piece of property, particularly where even your prior historic consultant, Zach Studenroth, in letters that I put into the record to remind everybody, did not see this dormer as a aesthetic imposition. You have to look at what the economics of this would. So John, can you bring up your, John, who does a lot of estimating for Coral Brothers, amongst other things, can you bring up your, share your screen and bring up the estimate that you've done for this?
Sure. Yeah. So to introduce myself, I'm Jonathan.
This is an estimate for, I'm sorry, this is an estimate for what, again, Peter, we're calling the DeWitt alternative. I've been calling it the DeWitt sanction, but that's okay. That's just, that's more interior.
Right. So to introduce myself, I'm Jonathan Avedon. I'm with Coral Brothers. We've put together a cost estimate based on the revisions to the plan, and I'll share my screen with you so you can see what those look like. Give me 1 second here. So if you can see my screen here.
Not yet.
Okay, 1 second. Oh, sorry. Okay, just give me 1 second.
There you go.
So going through the modifications proposed by the board, they would involve pretty significant work, demolition, framing. We'd have to rerun plumbing lines, HVAC lines, electrical lines. A lot of the HVAC duct work for the second floor is brought through that existing wall. So we'd have to come up with a new way of bringing all that duct work up into the second floor. And it's, it's not an insignificant amount of work to do. So, there's replacement of fixtures, there's waterproofing on the bathrooms, drywall, framing materials, are, soft costs. So it's, it's a significant amount of money. It would be about $85,000 to go through and make those modifications on the interior to, appease that proposal.
Okay, thank you, John. The other thing, Peter had suggested maybe not moving it quite as much, but these changes, regardless of how much you have to move that wall, are somewhat, inelastic. They have to be done, regardless of how much you'd have to move that wall. So I understand in some later emails, Peter was saying that you wouldn't have to move it. You could have a smaller bathroom, but you still have to move the wall. So again, this work becomes rather inelastic. I don't know if I don't know if an economist would find that specifically appropriate, but the idea is you'd have to do this stuff regardless of how much the wall moves, if it has to move, which it does. Just a couple of other things. You got a long calendar, so I want to move this along because I'm going to ask you to close it. There is a letter from Janet Smith Merrill, who's the granddaughter of Court Smith, obviously in part of the heritage of the home, who is in support of the application. Number one. Number two, reasonable minds can differ, so don't get too upset, Sarah. I've always thought, as the owner of an 1840 Greek Revival home in Shelter Island, this ain't a Greek Revival home. And I've even found in a couple of treatises Greek Revival homes with dormers. But in any event, we do have a letter from Michael Duddy, who's graduated from the Yale University School of Architecture. That's where his master's was, who with illustrations disputes your finding, as I always have, that this is a Greek revival home. Jack Studenroth told me that the only thing Greek revival about this home is the era in which it was built, that it's clearly not a Greek revival home. And as Mr. Doty points out, it doesn't have any of the iconic aspects of a Greek revival home. As he says in the photo, the house seems a bit eclectic, sort of a simple pitched roof clapboard box with several unrelated additions towards the back. There are no Greek elements at all. One thing that pops out is the front elevation where the upper story windows infiltrate the lower line of the gable. While this is not a pediment and therefore not Greek revival, even if the design was gesturing towards Greek revival, windows would have never infiltrated the triangular purity of the gable from below. Given the simplicity of the house, and I would contend it to be an appropriate recladding of the exterior with shingles, the use of the dormer window on the side is totally consistent with this type of architecture, and it is perfectly appropriate. We know you disagree, Sarah, but reasonable minds can differ, and reasonable credentialed people can differ. I'm well aware of your fine credentials. However, I've just never seen it as a Greek revival house. And then of course, we're referring back to Mr. Studenroth's prior comments in which he stated that that he did not see the dormer, particularly in light of a reduced size from what it originally was, to be at all offensive. Now, you may say, well, we decided this issue already. You opened this application up for all, you didn't limit the reason the application was opened up. You opened it up. So all this evidence can come in and be considered. I think, unless there's anybody else on the team that has anything to say, or there's any questions that you want us to respond to, that everybody's heard enough on this, and you should close and give us a decision.
Okay.
I have a question.
So yeah, I'm going to turn it over to the board for comment, and we'll see if there's any public comment as well. Go ahead, Sarah, you can start.
Yeah, mine is quick. I would refer, I hate to educate an educator, but I would refer both the Yale graduate and everyone else to our definition in our guidelines prepared in 2000 about the presence of Greek revival style buildings in this village. And I think that you'll find that it is. And I think that also the front door enframement was not shown, which is clearly Greek revival in its handling. Secondly, I go back to why, pray tell, did you remove the original stair, which had been approved in our original determination? And I would also wonder about, I think this is a self-imposed hardship. And I would also sort of wonder what the cost of your new dormer is out of morbid curiosity.
Okay. So what we'll do, John, what we'll do is let's hear from the board, including myself, and then we'll give you and your team a chance to respond. We'll also hear if there are any public comments. So other board members, Peter? You're on mute, young fella.
You're mute, buddy.
Peter, you're muted.
A rare moment, Peter, we can't hear you.
Unmute.
Peter, you're muted.
Peter.
Peter, you're muted. Okay.
Maybe he wants to stay that way.
Yes, I know. I'm very sorry. My computer just crashed. Very, very sorry. I apologize.
All right, we'll start from the beginning, Peter.
Yeah, listen, I wanted to show you, well, first of all, you saw with the 4 risers off the second floor landing, you solved the stair headroom problem. So there's no need for a dormer. Now, your problem below, the code, and this is why I wish I could share my screen right now, but in an R3, you do not have to, which is a single family dwelling classification, you do not have to have egress with doors from sleeping units. And unfortunately, I have the code section on my screen and I could share it. So that you don't have to have a 2-foot 8-inch clear door. You can have a 2-foot 6, 2-foot 4. The other matter is that the bathroom does not have to be 5 feet if you wanted to maintain the door in that location. The third issue is that on the original plans, the door was off of the family room on the north side of that bedroom. You could put the door back there. In other words, despite the cost, you've got many interior alternatives to this dormer, and you solved it. I think you don't want a solution. I think you want a dormer.
Okay, other board members?
Well, here's a couple of questions. I don't see one dormer, I see two. So you're asking me about a dormer problem for a stairway, but suddenly there's a second dormer that popped up behind it. So, which was the original application that was turned down before was 2 dormers. So that's confusing to me. And number 2, to Sarah's point, thank you for showing me the $85,000 proposed cost of making the changes, which I do believe were created by the construction problem here, because you did take the staircase out and you had the opportunity to solve it. But you did not show us the offset because that house has now been roofed. So if you're now going to unroof, redo the roofing, buy windows for 1, and if your proposal is 2 dormers, there's an offset cost what those dormers would cost to go back into the roofing and redesign the roofing and put them back in. So I don't actually think you've given us a fair comparison of cost, John. So I'm still of the opinion that this is a problem that you guys caused for yourselves and how you handled your construction.
Okay, all right.
I can respond.
John Gregory? Oh, no comment? Okay. All right. So that's everybody?
Can I respond?
No. Let me share my thoughts with you and the team.
Sure.
So where you began was the effort you folks have put forward. We very much appreciate that. And in fact, that was a big part of the discussion when this was first heard. There was a lot of effort and acknowledgement that the owner of the property was in fact committed to maintaining the historical value of that property. Somewhere along the way, I think Lucian said the construction as built, but it's as you built it, not as it was. And so as a few of my other board members have said, the problems that Lucian has described and Jonathan says will be an expense to correct or otherwise adapt are problems that you folks created yourself, both architecturally and financially. And I'd like, if I could, to share with you folks, and Kat, I think you have it, the original written decision. Kat, do you have that?
I'm thinking, I'm not sure. What?
That's the one that says BHNH LLC.
While she's looking for it, can I respond to a couple of things?
No, let's wait.
Right, you're misstating things.
Well, okay. If I do, I'm sure you'll correct me. So if you can't do that, I think
I'm gonna pull it up. I just need a minute. I think it's the one you sent me, correct? No.
Yes.
Okay. Give me a couple seconds. Share screen. I think this is what you want, Jeff. Tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Yes, that's it. Of course, I would need to see it. Can you make it larger so that I could read it? Or do I have to?
I will do my best.
Okay. So upon a little bit smaller, so I don't. Okay. So there we go. Good. So the village historian determined that the house contained details suggesting a late Greek revival era construction and modest changes and replacements. Let's continue on. Go to the next page. Okay, after 2 rounds of design changes, the board agreed that the applicant had made great strides in preserving the important historic features of the structure while designing an acceptable subservient addition, but found the dormers on the east elevation to be disharmonious in that they pierce the frieze, which is inappropriate for a Greek revival house. The applicant presented, then says, it goes on, the applicant presented examples of dormers approved by the board on other historic resources, but the board members noted that those examples were not Greek revival houses. After removing the dormers on the eastern elevation, the board found the proposed plan to be appropriate for the historic district. So that's the written decision. That's what was determined. That was what was accepted by the applicant. And that's what was to be built. So yes, John, you're right. We did, at your request, reopen it for these amendments. And we have given them consideration. And I believe, at least I do, I come to the same conclusion that was reflected in the original written decision, that the dormers detract and take away from the historic elements of this house. And I'm reminded of that every time I drive from east to west and past the house and think of it, envision it with dormers and how that would contemporize an otherwise historic house. So let me ask if there's public comment, and if not, John, you are welcome to have the floor again.
Thank you.
No hands up yet, Jeff.
Okay. So John, the floor is yours. And then at the end of that, we will, if you should choose to continue your request to close it to written decision, I guess that's what we would vote on, correct, Alice? Or otherwise, or we close it to public discussion. But anyway, so John, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, well, one thing that the massive point that's being missed here is the stair. This is a level 2 alteration. And when you have a level 2 alteration, there's certain things, most particularly for our purposes, head height, that have to comply. So we didn't take the stairs up. The stairs had to come out, because once you get to this level of alteration, they must come out, these non-conforming stairs, to meet the building code. People keep glossing that over. It doesn't matter whether or not the stairs are, you know, what they were. They were non-conforming in this house. And on a level 2 alteration, which I've demonstrated, you know, without any rebuttal, those doesn't matter whether or not we took the stairs down. You can't rebuild them the way they were. They were non-conforming. And when you go in to renovate or rebuild and add on to, which is an alteration, including a reconfiguring of space, the addition or elimination of any door, window, reconfiguration, extension of existing building, additional equipment, additional space, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Chapter and verse in my December letter. Once this happened, may not be something that the board was aware of, and quite candidly, I wasn't aware of it at the time either. But once this happened, which is why we came back in, we had to make that stairs comply, number one. Number two, I've spoken to Mr. Avedon. It's the dormer. It's not a big ticket item, $10,000. So add 10, 15. So you're netting out. You still have about a $70,000 additional cost. So Mark, your question was an apt one, and I think it was Sarah raised that as well. So a dormer only would add about $10,000 in costs. And finally, and I might get a scathing call from my client in the morning, but I don't know. I've been involved in these things a long time. I can see where boards can be reasonable and candidly where they're not reasonable. If you want to give this just the one dormer so that we can accomplish the head height and not the dormer over the back bedroom, I think it could probably rest on that, and it would be reasonable to take away the back dormer, because we candidly, to Mark's point, don't have the same argument. There's sufficient headroom. I mean, it's, you know, that bedroom, if you've been in the back, you know, it's not a modern bedroom with walls that come up, you know, 7 or 8 feet, but you know, there's headroom once you get in the center of it. So if the board wanted to, and again, I hope my client isn't, well, maybe I can only do what I can do, and I always try to think of myself as someone who asks the board to reasonably and with the bounds of the law exercise their jurisdiction and to balance competing laws. So, you know, if it's only the one dormer that everyone, would feel comfortable with, because I think clearly the statutory argument and the practical argument and the economic argument supports that, but perhaps not the back bedroom. If that was the decision, that was the decision.
Unfortunately, the Solomaic solution that you provided of splitting the baby in half, or 1 versus 2 dormers, goes contrary to the board's wish to maintain the historic nature of this house.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that the board may have that wish, but you are constrained by laws other than the state code and the Interior Secretary's guidelines as they relate to historic preservation when you have an issue such as this.
Okay,
So,
duly noted.
and you know what, I guess it sounds like somebody else may have to decide this. So why don't you just close the meeting? Unless anybody else has anything to add or any other questions we have, and get on with it. The only thing I will add, I'm sort of undercutting my expert a little bit, but we'll certainly bring this up. I do have a book on Greek Revival architecture in America, and there are quite a few examples of Greek Revival homes with dormers.
Okay.
One in the Homos House in Burnside, Louisiana, very classically Greek Revival with dormers. And then there is the Dunleash House in Natchez, built in the period of Greek Revival with dormers.
Okay.
So
Again, duly noted, we're dealing with Southampton and a 18th century house or something of that nature. Board members, any other comment?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would move that we
If
accept
you
the
don't mind,
applicant's request to close it for public discussion or go to written decision. What are you saying, Alice? I see you.
Jeffrey, I just wanted to add one thing there, if you don't mind.
Jonathan wanted to add something. I'm
Sure,
sorry.
go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, the reason that we don't make code on the head height there is because the existing roof rafters needed to be replaced to support the new roof that was being placed onto the roof, and that lowered the head height as you come up the stairs, and that's how this whole conversation started. So
Again, you're restating the issue that other board members have addressed before, that these were self-imposed problems.
Well, it wasn't
Self-created
because
problems.
it wasn't self-imposed because we had to make the roof structural.
Yes, can I respond to that?
So then so Jonathan, and just, I don't want to get into this any further. There's a procedure for that, which you should have come before the board at that time. The building inspector should have been called at that time. So in any event, I don't want to get into that at this point. Alice, you were going to say something?
I would just say before the board deliberates, I just wanted to remind the board that Section 65(5)(a) of the code says that the board shall not consider changes to interior spaces, which is why we referred this interpretation to the building inspector. And the building inspector found that there was an interior solution to the headroom issue. So at this point, the board needs to decide whether or not they are inclined to consider this dormer outside of the changes to interior spaces. So that's what the board needs to vote on. At this point, they've already denied this dormer. So you would, if you were inclined to grant the dormer, you would need to make a finding that there has been a change in law or change in circumstance.
Okay.
I would respectfully disagree with that.
Okay.
Absolutely. I
Again.
would, you know, Alice, again, reasonable minds can differ, reasonable lawyers can differ, but I would
Okay.
totally disagree with that analysis.
Okay. And yes, so all that being said, and the applicant suggesting we close this for public discussion, and in which case we move to written decision. And sensing where the board is going, I would move that we move this to written decision with the intent to deny the applicant's request. Is that properly stated, Alice? I don't want to miss.
Correct.
Okay. So I make such motion, and therefore those who are in favor of denial say aye.
We need a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, second. Thank you. Second by Sarah. So those who are in favor of denying, so this is right, a reverse. Please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Those who are opposed to the denial say nay.
Nay.
Okay. So 4-1. So
I just want to remind, this is important procedurally. I just want to remind everybody, that is not, that's a direction to Alice as to how to write the decision, but that is not a vote on a decision.
no, of course not.
For statute of
No,
limitations purposes, for finality purposes, for
Right.
all of that.
Right,
Correct?
of course not.
Alice?
Of course not.
Would you agree with me, Alice?
I agree with you. I just need to know what to write.
No, I know. I agree. Of course.
All right. So thank you, folks. Okay.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Thanks, John. I blow you a kiss, but people start to talk.
Yeah. Be free.
Okay. Let's see. The next application, Post Crossing, is adjourned to pending SBA approval. So now we are looking at Smithtown Partners LLC at 40 Meadow Lane for an addition related to an installation of an elevator.
3 people coming in, Jeff.
Okay. Okay. We got that. Okay.
And there you go, Jeff. They're all in.
Okay, gentlemen, introduce yourselves. As you before.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Michael Simlensky. I am at 860 Montauk Highway in Watermill for the applicant, Smithtown Partners LLC, for our project at 40 Meadow.
Ted Fire, I'm sorry, Ted Fire, owner's representative, Smithtown Partners LLC.
Okay. Okay.
Josh, you're still muted.
Hi, everybody. How are you this evening? Joshua Rosenzweig of Austin Patterson Distant Architects, 44 Quogue Street, Quogue, New York.
Okay. Michael, you know where we left off. There were some issues about the west facing facade, or I shouldn't say facade, but elevation and related to that. And then there's still an issue about the front addition, and then as the village building department has addressed with you, there's an issue regarding the pyramid law. So I will let you proceed.
So just addressing, we since the last time we met, we have made a couple new submissions. We submitted new plans, and we also submitted a lighting plan. I just want to make sure all the board members have both of those.
We have now, Kat, do you have those, or do we have to rely on Michael to share?
I have what are we looking at? I have the plans, yes.
I don't need them right now. So let me just go through my things. And sometimes it's easier Josh shares them from his screen because it's easier for him to go through them instead of trying to.
As long as the chair
Yeah.
says it's okay, we're good.
Yeah, as long as they match what we have, we're fine.
Okay, there you
So
go.
since the last time we met, we had discussions. We submitted the formal plan, lighting plan the board has, and basically, as the board members who were able to come out to the site know, we've proposed drastically reducing the exterior illumination on this project from what it currently is to making it so that all of the 3 steps going across have the same vernacular going across all 3.
So Michael, as this is in the historic district, can you be as specific as possible so that Alice, when she gets to the point of eventually writing a written decision, will have a clear understanding of what the changes in the lighting will be?
Okay, they're all detailed. They're all detailed in the submitted lighting plan, but we are removing from the front facade of the house.
And can you use directional references? So front would be the north facing side.
Yeah, so the front would be the north facing
The north elevation
that's facing Meadow Lane.
Yeah.
Okay. And in fact, to make it easier for the board, Josh, can you share your screen?
Absolutely.
And I think, Josh, maybe you could walk them through the lighting plan and just detail the individual spots because you can mark them on the.
That's fine. Is everybody able to see this initial lighting plan on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'll use just a little pen if that's okay, just to highlight some things on the screen. This is the first floor lighting plan that we're proposing. But before we get to that, this is what's currently at the project. Now, this is only the first floor. I'd happily take the board through the second floor as well, because the elimination of the Meadow Lane facing side of the building is not just to the first level, it's also to the second level to reduce all of the light on the front facade. So let's take a look at this first floor lighting plan right now. We are proposing to remove this bank of existing light fixtures that are happening in this location towards the east, same on the west. All of the riser lights that you see going entirely across each tread throughout the entirety of the staircase, both towards the grade level and towards the front door. We are also removing these 2 E1 fixtures right here. And then also in a different color, I'd like to show you that we are proposing removing these riser lights, which while they had been put there for just, the ability to get up the stairs safely, the board members pointed out to us, and it's also not hard for us to see, that they're sort of blinding you as you walk up and they're lighting the sky more than anything else. So we had met with the board on site and decided to eliminate those as well and replace them with lights that are more conducive to just safety lighting and not pollution to the overall area. So these are the exact fixtures that are currently on the staircase that goes up towards the east side to the upper level. And we selected those fixtures. We would replace the front steps with those fixtures. And after removing all of this lighting, we are putting back only 2 very small pin lights. These are Odeon Q lights from Cantaloupe, made by a yacht company so that they can withstand the harsh environment. They measure about the size of my thumb, 1-inch diameter, and that is all that is going back on the first floor. Before I conclude, I want to also show the board.
Do you know the lumens on that?
The lumens are all on the cut sheets, I believe, that are provided as well, and they can be provided if they're not there. This was also done by ASW Consulting Engineers, who worked on the project's original lighting plans. Okay, so the reduction of the total amount of lighting is quite significant, and I'd just like to also show the board the second floor plan. Just going to go back to the computer here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the plan. I don't see, maybe it's on a different sheet, but I don't see the lumens listed.
Okay, this is the second floor.
Hold on, I'm gonna go back, but Josh, I'm making the point that the lumens haven't been enumerated, so I would request that you submit that, or at least, unless it's on a drawing here somewhere.
We could request the lumens from the lighting
Yeah.
consultant. as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
We'd be glad to provide that.
great, thank you.
On the second floor as well, because the 3 members who joined us on site during the evening hours also noticed there was a lot of ambient light coming from the second floor as well. You're looking right now at the second floor plan. These are the removals. We are removing the existing fixtures in this location towards the east, same on the west, and also within these little alcoves that light up the entire balcony. Okay, we are not proposing putting any additional lighting on that plan at all. And the final result of this will be a house that is very much reduced in its overall lighting. It's going to affect the way that you look down Meadow Lane, a lot of less light coming off the property. These plans have been submitted, put together both by our firm and ASW, and I hope the board is happy with the documentation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Michael.
So now if we could address the west side, I know that I know at least one of the members of the board, according to the neighbors, reached out to the neighbors in regards to the project. We did have the opportunity to meet with our team with the neighbors on site, and we walked the neighbors through. I know that initially there were 2 emails that were sent in by the neighbors that expressed concern. We have met with the neighbors at great length and walked them through the project. And I believe that there are emails in the file reflecting the neighbors have reviewed the plans. They approve of the plans and are now supportive of the project now that they've had the opportunity to have reviewed them with our team.
Right. Well, can you share with us the changes that you made? Because originally you had all glass and then you were going to make it either opaque or translucent.
So the changes that we made, we did not go once we met with the neighbors and discussed that with them. We did not remove it. What we ended up doing is adding a detail. And Josh, you want to go through the treatments?
Yeah, so the windows that are facing the west neighbor would be receiving a 3M night vision treatment, which is a laminated piece that will go on the glass to reduce reflectivity and light admittance from the interior. I've labeled all the elevations that you can see on the house on the west side as A2.18. Let me just put this here and circle it. Laminated glass panel with 3M night vision treatment, reduced light transmittance, which will keep the light transmittance to a minimum on the inside, will also cut down on reflectivity from the outside. So
do you know, Josh, you said that it would reduce. Do you have the percentage of reduction?
I do. The night vision percentage of reduction is only 14% transmission. Visible light is 39%. Night vision 11%, and there are some additional factors as well on this.
Okay, so let me just make sure that we have the numbers, because you say the transmission is 14%, so therefore the reduction is 86%. Is that what you said?
But there's also reflected exterior and reflected interior. The film does an interesting job of changing the interior perspective and the exterior. So I'll be clear about that. Reflected interior visible light is 11%, and reflected exterior visible light is 39%.
So reflected, when you say reflective is, so what is the neighbor going to see? Are they going to see a 61% reduction in light? Is that what you're saying?
What they're going to see in total is less reflection of light coming from the interior of space, because
no, I know, but you gave me a number of 30. I just want to do the math. Sure that we're talking at. You said, I think light going out would be 30. reduced by 39% or reduced to 39%?
To 39%.
To 39%. So this is 61% reduction. Gotcha.
And just so the point's clear, because this became an issue with
It's
the
clearer
neighbors.
now.
Well, this became an issue with the neighbors. They actually will see considerably less than that because of the
Okay.
vantage point. We took basically an entire afternoon with the neighbors in both their lower level and upper studies. And their vantage points and what they see. What you're seeing right now on the screen that's being shared is a full on head-on view of it. The neighbors don't have the same view. The neighbors have an angled view of this, which drastically reduces what they're seeing from there. And that's one of the reasons why the neighbors, after the neighbors went through this and we made the adjustments and we talked about, our lighting plan and made a demonstration for them with the lighting plan. That's why they sent that second email. That I just want to make sure all the board members are aware of and have in there. Yeah. So, and now they're supportive of the project. And we had the opportunity to actually show them the interior of our property and where the elevator would be utilized for the project and how and why the elevator is being proposed in the location it is.
Okay. All right. Continue on, Michael.
So then the next point I think the chairman asked us to discuss was the front. We're not making any additional changes. We haven't proposed any additional changes to the front. We're still coming out there's 3 feet with that piece, and we believe that is the minimum we can get by with doing this, and it's designed to be as small a change as possible. When speaking with the chairman, I've had an initial conversation with the building inspector in regards to the sky plane issues for an elevated building. We will have additional comments with them, but we can't do any of that until we would have a final schematic that's approvable by this board, because we would not know what we're proposing in front of the ZBA without input and approval of the ARB first.
We can provide you input, but we can't grant you definitive approval without the being either meeting code or receiving a variance, but it would be directional.
Jeff, can I jump in?
Yeah, please, Alice.
So I just wanted to jump in because this has been something that has been, discussed between the board chairs and the attorneys recently about, which board should go first in the instance that someone needs a variance. I did speak to the zoning board's counsel, and he deferred to the ARB regarding whether or not they would want to give approval or wait for the zoning board's approval. So I think in this instance, if the board were inclined to approve the application as it is, we could go to a written determination and it would be subject to the variance.
Okay.
So I just, it can go either way. I just wanted to say you've got the option if you're inclined.
So Michael, what I'd like to do is 2 things. I don't think all the board members nor the public have seen your latest drawing that shows the pyramid, the impact of the pyramid law, or at least how the pyramid law is applied. So could you show that, please? That is your that's E2. That's your drawing E200. Okay, so the building inspector has advised me, and I'll let you speak, Michael, is that if Josh or who's ever showing the screen, if you can see that 33 degree line from,
I'll highlight it, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
I'll highlight it for you.
Okay, great. Okay. So that's the applicable pyramid. The house was obviously built at a time when it was allowed to go up to the peak, but the applicable pyramid law is the line that Josh has highlighted. I just want the board members to recognize what's at play here.
Yeah, it's a pre-existing non-conforming house. So this version of sky plane for elevated buildings was put in place after our property, our property was developed.
But nonetheless, the building inspector has determined you need a variance.
No, he hasn't made a determination yet.
Yes, he did. He submitted one, and we wanted.
No, he can't, because none was requested by us. So
Okay.
he can't have made a determination yet, because we're the only person who can seek a determination of the building inspector.
Well, I may have used the wrong terminology.
It's important because it's the reason why I'm just correcting the record is it's important for the purposes of statute of limitations and other elements.
Right. So, but you have said that you require a variance.
No, I said we would deal with it with the building inspector, and if we need a variance, we will get one from the.
Well, the building inspector has sent a letter, and he said he advised Alice and me that you were aware of it. I can share my screen or send it.
No, it's not necessary. I think we're saying the same thing. If we need a variance, we will get one. And
okay,
we just haven't reached that determination yet. And no matter of us reaching that determination, we can't reach that determination. And we wouldn't be able to seek a variance until we know what to actually ask for. Because if we're looking for skyplane relief, we need to know the cubic footage of what we're actually asking for. One of the intricate parts of the code is that if this was not an elevated building, it was dealt with as a regular structure, we wouldn't need pyramid relief because there's an exemption provision. However, there was no exemption provision when they wrote the pyramid relief for elevated buildings. There was no exemption provision provided for within the elevated buildings section. So if we need variance relief, we will go get it. But we can't do any of that until we know exactly what this board is going to require of us, so that we know the proper relief to request.
Okay, hold on just 1 second.
Yeah, it's sort of the same situation we had at Herrick. Because it's
in this case, it's a bit different.
We have a non-conforming building,
but there are some similarities.
Find themselves in catch-22.
What Tim, the building inspector, said, I have in a letter to Alice and me, I've determined the project for an addition at 40 Meadow Lane requires a variance from 116-12H pyramid law for elevated buildings. The proposed addition is beyond the pyramid sky plane, and there's no permitted exception to this section of the code. So Michael, yes, I appreciate the fact that you recognize that, and also Mark's statement. Let me get back here. So let's do that. So what I'd like to take a look at, because in my view, some of this has been lost. Michael, if you want to say anything more before I turn it over to the board members.
No, I think we've listened to the board and we've made revisions, but we're glad to listen to the board's further comment.
Okay, so Michael or Josh, can I ask that you share your rendering of R-1? Okay, and can you, yeah. So let's look at the top two pictures, in fact, yeah, the top two, and if you can blow those up, okay. So this house, to me, is a well-designed house. And I very much appreciate what you're doing to the lighting. I very much appreciate the fact that you've met with the neighbors. We've often spoken about how many of these things can be resolved with discussion between and among neighbors. So when I look at this house, I see something that has architectural integrity, lines that work. And then when we go down to the proposed addition, to me, you've made what is a design that takes the eye up towards the sky and added this block on it that detracts from the beauty, whether, as you know, that the house is there, that it detracts from the architectural design in my view. And scale, in terms of scale, it makes the house more massive than I think the architect's original intent. So for that reason, as much as you've accommodated on so many things, and I do appreciate that, I still find that if the applicant wishes to install an elevator, that they would do so without taking away from the design of the structure and increasing its scale and mass presence on the street. That's my comment. I turn it over to other board members.
I have to ask,
Sure.
what happened about the south elevation facing the beach? Because that's very bright at night, and you didn't address that. And I thought that was part of the the approval you got from the neighbors. I understood that was going to be mitigated as well.
So the lights on the rear aren't related to any of the new proposals. We did mitigate those lights. The lights were programmed, and our programs were programmed to be on, I think, from 4 o'clock until 3 o'clock in the morning for some reason. We've hired a programmer to reprogram the system to reduce those lights and those exterior lights that are in the back. And those have been they're in the process of being reprogrammed to allow them, because they are lighting that's used around the pool. However, they don't need to be on from 3 until basically for 12 hours a day from whatever time it was until 3 in the morning.
Well, I don't think they need to be on in the wintertime either, and the house is empty.
Yes, and we've addressed that, we're waiting to make those permanent, but they have been addressed since we met with the neighbors last week. We've kept those lights. We've actually removed. I think we removed bulbs on a couple instances of the lights to keep them off.
Well, but I think you should remove the fixtures, because if the fixtures are there, you can still turn them on. And I don't know.
But some of the fixtures are utilized when the property is, when that area is being used.
I've never seen a house lit up so much, even a house in use from the beach. It's really quite striking. I mean, I think it's terrible. And it's very nice you're reducing the program, but you can redo the program. I think those sconces should come off. There's no, you don't need to have all that light. I mean, it's nutty. If I had my computer, I'd share the screen, but unfortunately I don't.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Ted Fire.
Let me ask I'm sorry. If it's specific to what Peter was commenting, we can stay on track with that.
Yes, thank you. No, we had a very productive discussion with the neighbors. They brought
I
some
know.
things to our attention.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
But Peter was talking about, those are the neighbors to the west, but Peter was talking about the view from the beach, which I have to agree with him. I've been there in the fall and the winter, and at least the prior occupant had the thing lit up like a Christmas tree. In addition to which, there are, and I don't know whether there's security lights or not, at the end of the walkway to the beach that were as bright as the Ambrose lightship when it existed out in New York Harbor. And I'm not kidding. So, but I don't know if you, Michael, or if you or Ted or Josh have seen those at the end of the walkway.
I don't know, but we will take a look at them.
Well, I think where is going is, sure, go ahead, Mark.
Where you're coming from, but those lights were approved and that they're not part of this, they're not part of this submission. I understand that we don't like them, but they're not necessarily part of the submission, are we? Are we talking about what has been asked of us tonight for changes to the house? We came around that and say, by the way, I don't think I like what you did in the basement in the last guy. I think we need to be sort of talking about what we see in this application.
Yeah. I agree with you, Mark. I guess it's to the extent that I
would say that I actually don't agree with your assessment, Jeff.
Oh.
I think when I look at the strong square box structure at the front of the house, and then I look at the structures on the top that's set back from the pediment.
Yeah.
I think that is I don't find that unreasonable. Now, if it becomes a sky plane problem and they have to take the zoning board, I would say I would approve this pending the zoning board and let the zoning board decide, because the current sky plane doesn't make a lot of sense. But I think the offset of the reduction of light from this house to the front is substantial, and there is an offset of what we're doing here. I get that. And I think that they've gone and talked to the neighbors, and the letter we have from the neighbor, the most affected person, at least to the neighbor to the west, the most affected neighbor has actually signed off on the project. I think they've done a reasonable job of reducing one of the problems of the house, which is the light to the front. I don't find the architecture objectionable. And I think this might be a reasonable solution to the problem of what has been presented to us. They have not presented the back of the house and the beach lighting to us.
Right.
So that's
I have to respectfully disagree. This is not a give us this, we'll give you that type of scenario. And while I appreciate they're reducing the illumination of this house, it has nothing from my perspective to do with the dramatic change in the massing and the presence of this house where it currently sits. And I'm actually curious whether the neighbors, if they're referencing the lighting or the entire project, including the reconstruction of the facade of the house. And that's unclear to me in the communication from that's neither here nor there from my perspective, because I think the structure of the house is dramatically changed, and aside from that, it looks like if a variance for being requested, I would hope they would deny it based on that alone.
Okay. So let's see. We've heard from Mark, Peter, John, Sarah. Any comments from you?
Yes, I think that we're looking at something straight on, and that's not really the way you view it from Meadow Lane or from the property. And I think that given the materials that are used, the addition that will accommodate the elevator really will not be that visible from the street where we're viewing it. And the roofing material is lead, and it's certainly going to drop out at night. And I think during most of our gray sky days, it's not going to be highly visible. The idea that it interferes with the pediment, I don't agree with.
I don't think we should base our opinion on what things look like in the dark, first of all. And the only way a passerby can see this property is from the street, which is straight on. So unless you're a neighbor on either side, I don't think that's a relevant comment.
It's elevated, John, and you weren't there during the presentation, sadly.
Oh, well, unsadly, I'm very familiar with the property, so I don't need to see it up close.
But I think just driving by, I think what John was saying, driving by, and the
Have we heard from Peter?
No,
what do you call it? The rendering is at an angle. One is front on and one is at a bit of an angle. And to me, the one at an angle looks for lack of a better word, blocky. And I think it does take away from the pediment.
If we just talk of the architecture, I think they've done a good job. I mean, the house is, that pyramid diagram shows what an anomaly it is, but it is there and it's not going away. And I think that the bulkheads are as sensitive as possible. Remember, even during the day, this is a low horizon environment. There's a lot of sky. My only concern was, I know some people are uncomfortable with the trade-off option, that we're doing here, the horse trading. But the lighting on the beach was my only concern, and I was hoping that could be part of the trade that some people don't disapprove of.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just address the issue of the trade, this is not as much as a couple of the board members have characterized this as trading horses. What we're trying to do, a question was raised as to the impact in the massing. So one of the ways to limit the massing is to reduce the lighting on the front facade of the house, and that's what we've undertaken to do. The neighbors to the west, who also expressed some concern about some of the existing lights that have nothing to do with this project, but on the rear of the house. We have addressed that for them, and we will continue to address that for them. But that in and of itself is not really relevant to the massing issue of the proposal.
Okay.
That we're addressing, and that's not to say we're not going to address it. The owners of the property have spoken with the neighbors, have heard their concerns. This is a property that was newly bought by them, at the middle of last year. So they are making the changes, and they want to be good neighbors. And I think I think that the neighbors' emails to the board, reflect the relationship that's building between them as it relates to this house, and addressing their concerns as it relates to both my client's use of the house and the need for an elevator, and their needs for desires for changes to the lighting.
Right.
Okay.
So I don't think it's as much trading. There was an issue of light as you were expanding the property, the structure. There was an issue that came up as to light pollution. And so I viewed it in that context. It's not trading. However, you think, Michael, if I may finish, I do think you are conflating the issue of mass and lighting. Because to John Gregory's point, at night, yes, you won't be able to see the addition, whether it's lit or not. Well, obviously if not, if it's lit. But during the day, it's there. And when I look at the renderings that are on the screen in front of us, I see a significant change to the scale and mass of that house, which to everybody's admission stated one way or the other is larger than what would otherwise be built now. But as somebody said, and even you said, Michael, it's there and it's not conforming. At the same time, why, if the applicant who doesn't, I'm not going to question, you use the word need, it's desire, okay? The applicant desires, you subsequently said desire. The applicant desires to have an elevator. Great, okay. At what cost to the public? is that request being made? And let me finish, Michael, if I may. And this board is not concerned with, as Alice said in a previous application, with interior elements. And as you said, it's not easy to put the elevator inside, but it is possible. And there are alternatives. I'm not saying your applicant wants to use one of those scooters that go up the stairs, but there are ways of getting up to different levels that don't necessarily require exterior changes. We can only look at the exterior changes. That's our purview. And
We've made.
And Michael, please let me finish. And from my perspective and my judgment, the structure that the addition that you're making as the result of your client's request to install an elevator has made this house more massive than it was originally and has detracted from the design. Now, apparently not all my board members agree with me, but that's the way I see it. I think the renderings show it to be as such. And so I've heard nothing to convince me otherwise. I don't know if I've been effective convincing my other board members, but I think when this is built, people are going to say, "Wow, that's massive." So anyway, that's my thoughts. The board members, you can say something. Michael, you can. I don't know if there's any public comments out there. Kat, are there any public comments?
Hang on one second, Jeff. Let me pull this down so I can see everybody. Okay, I have no hands up. So no public comment.
So Michael, you're welcome to say anything, and then unless you request an adjournment, then I will move that somebody make a motion to close it to written decision, but I will not do so.
Well, I would just address it in this way. We have listened to the board. We try to listen to the board. We have tried to listen to the neighbors in dealing with the chairman's comments. The elevator for mobility purposes is a need. It's something that needs to be done for both my client and his guests to the property. So we are asking for it to be an external place. If we make any change to this house above the second floor, it would require zoning board of appeals relief. There is no exemption. There is no exemption in the new sky plane law for the elevated buildings, like there is for normal other buildings within the section. So if any change that would be made because of the pre-existing non-conforming nature of the house, we would require it. So at this point, we believe that we've addressed the concerns. We've addressed the massing concerns. We understand we're in the historic districts, and we understand that this house is an anomaly because it's a house that was built in 2017 in the historic district. But I believe what we're asking for is the minimal size that we can do to make it work. It's in the location that makes it work for the architecture of the house. And we request that the board move forward with a motion, because we believe that the mitigation that we proposed for dealing with the massing issues with the reduction in light, makes us a project that's worthy of approval.
Great. Okay. Since I'm not supportive of it, I'm not inclined to put forward that motion. So if somebody else wants to do so, they're welcome to do it.
I can say that, I find the comments that were just made a bit I don't know, a lot has been done to address the lighting issue with talking to neighbors, addressing all the comments from the board. But I don't think any real attempt has been made at doing anything about the placement of the elevator other than where it is right now. So I just want to put that out there before, we actually vote. I think there was a meager attempt to address our concerns.
I would disagree with that in that the original proposal was one
Sure.
elevation and they speechless. And
I'm
then
sorry, go ahead, sorry.
And then they came down in scale and they also came down an angle to accommodate what had been requested. And I would like to propose that we call it to a vote to approve what has been presented so that the applicant will know what to seek with his sky view through ZBA.
Well, it would be a motion to go to written decision, would it not be, Alice?
Let's go to written decision pending final
sorry,
approval,
Alice.
pending approval by the zoning board.
Yeah.
That's what we would request.
It would be subject to.
Subject to ZBA.
Exactly.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Nay. By me,
Nay.
by John. Okay, like I said, we don't always agree.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of
Thank
your
you.
Valentine's Day.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah.
right. Oh, no, hey, and Michael,
Yes.
just so, because we've had this discussion internally, and maybe Alice, you want to speak to this. We've had situations where when something's been submitted for written decision, but the written decision hasn't been written, that an applicant has applied for a variance. And I believe that is, I know the chairman of the ZBA wants to make sure that everything is buttoned up beforehand. So Alice, unless you tell me otherwise.
Our deadline to meet the March ZBA calendar would be March 2nd, which means that a written decision would have to be on this board's next agenda, which is February 28th, if that's possible.
Yeah, I can't make that commitment for Alice. And
I usually get them done for the next meeting. I don't see why I wouldn't. If I can, I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks, Alice.
Yeah,
I appreciate
good.
that.
okay, great.
Thank you.
Thanks, folks. Okay. Let me do a little house cleaning here, folks. And we probably will take a break at 9:30 like we did at the previous board meeting. Okay. So we are still within the historic district. Okay, Tate's Bake Shop, they failed to submit their redesign in time for this meeting. So Alice, we're just going to move that. Do we have to make a motion to adjourn it, or we just?
Yeah, you should adjourn on the board's own motion.
Okay, all right, so the chair moves to adjourn the application of Tate's Bake Shop at 43 North Sea Road to our next meeting as the file is incomplete. Do I have a second on that?
Okay.
Second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. All righty. Next,
They did move the push cart.
I'm sorry?
They did move the white push cart.
Yes, they did. They did. All right, so next investment is Parks, next application is Park Slope Investment Trust at 81 Jobs Lane for exterior alterations. Now, is that, I couldn't find anything in the minutes. Is this new?
This is new. We did receive affidavits and they are
Okay.
in order.
Okay, great. I don't know if I got any submissions. Did anybody? Well, meanwhile, is anybody here for the applicant?
Thought we did. I
If
think
I may, Chair,
we didn't get them for last meeting.
There is one hand up. I'll bring him in, Jeff.
Okay.
yes, that's correct. So this matter was supposed to be heard at the previous meeting. Mailing and posting wasn't done, so it was re-advertised.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
it was part
gotcha.
of the prior package.
Gotcha. So, prior package. Okay. All right. I'm just going to get some water, folks.
Hi,
Hello.
William. Just
How
give
are
us
you?
a minute. Just give us a
No
minute.
worries.
The chair just took
Yeah,
a
well,
second.
Okay. Started with my voice in my throat. Now it's still there. Okay. So, all righty.
Hi, Jeff, William is in.
William, tell us who you are, who you're representing, and then.
Hello, I'm William Matuska. I am the owner of Sisal Rugs in Southampton. I've been a part of the village for about 12 years now. And I'm moving from one location to the other, but it's kind of time to rebrand. So I was hoping to be allowed to paint the building.
Okay, so Kat, do you have the
Okay, this is an application where I only have one photo, and I'm
Okay.
sure that it's not going to help you very much, but I will try to share my screen right now. And I apologize, but this is the only photo I have.
Yeah, I think that's the only one we have.
So that's the outside of the building right now. The rendering is a little bit rough, but the shingles would be painted black as well. Just everything would be painted black, and the siding has already been replaced with new siding.
Okay, so the only thing we're dealing with is the paint color.
Paint color.
Okay, and what about the signs? Have they gone before the sign committee?
We have not done the signs yet because obviously the sign color would change depending on whether this was approved or not.
I see.
So I will go to the sign committee, but it wouldn't be a vinyl sign the way that my business has had one the last 12 years. We would be painting directly on the building.
Okay, all right. So, I mean, that's a pretty grainy picture. What's the color?
It's going to be like a charcoal gray, which I did submit. I did submit the paint swatches.
Okay, did anybody get a chance to look at those?
This picture, was this picture also submitted with it?
I submitted every building in town that was of a different color in hopes to be able to get this charcoal black as part of our rebranding.
I guess I'm at a loss because I haven't seen the actual color swatch. So, I mean, has anybody else seen it?
No, I haven't.
I can resubmit this tomorrow.
Yeah, we won't be able to make a decision tonight, though. That's the problem, William, and you probably want to get going pretty quickly.
We're in the off season right now, so I was hoping to have everything prepared for the first week of March.
Okay, so if you could submit a sample.
A couple of questions. In the small sort of peplum roof that's over the window, what's your request for the roof color?
Everything is just going to be charcoal gray.
And when you say it's not an absolute black, it's a charcoal black, and you can get us a sample?
Absolutely. I did submit from the actual pamphlets with the paint color circled and highlighted.
So, yeah, unless folks have another suggestion, I would recommend that William submit to the building department a sample, because that's basically the one decision.
Yeah, I apologize. It wasn't presented to me when I was in the building department to look at it. So I will go, we'll have to all go look at the sample one more time.
Okay, all right. And
if there's
then,
any issue, I'm in town in the village every day. I can actually just go get more charts if I need to.
Just out of curiosity, do you actually know the paint color, the brand and paint color?
It was a Benjamin Moore color, but it was just a charcoal gray. It wasn't black, but it was a few shades lighter.
Okay.
all right.
I think we're gonna have to see the sample.
Yeah, so I move that we adjourn to our next meeting so that the applicant can submit a sample. If there any, first of all, is there any public comment? I doubt it. But
There are no hands up, Jeff.
okay, so I make that motion to adjourn to our next meeting so the applicant can, yes, Mark?
No, seconding.
Oh, second, okay.
Done.
Favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye, okay, great. William, thanks much, and we'll definitely take care of it at the next meeting, okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry
you.
that you had to break up your Valentine's Day, but enjoy the rest of the evening. Okay, so that's it. Okay. Bear with me 1 second while I have a poodle nipping at my knee. Hold on, let's see. Okay. All right. Okay, so the next application is Searsucker LLC. No, it's actually Sucker One LLC at 365 South Main Street.
4 people coming in.
Okay.
Jeff, this is also a new application. We received affidavits. They're in order.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
Jeff, before we begin,
Yes.
I would like to recommend that we have the counsel of our new historic preservation consultant, Sally Spangberg, on the historic aspects of this house.
Okay.
Before we start looking at something that appears to wag the dog, for want of a better expression.
Okay, so let's do this, Sarah. Let's hear from the applicant. We can pose our questions, and subject to that, we can determine whether or not we want to have the historic consultant come in. So, okay, so let's do this, gentlemen. Tell us who you are, who you represent, and then we will proceed.
Hello, everyone. I'm Stephen Chrisman, architect with Ferguson Shamamian Architects, and representing the applicant. And tonight with us, we have David Gilmartin, our attorney, and Connor Moran, who's with our office, and our landscape architect, Perry Bio, who can talk about and address any comments regarding the landscape and the gates. May we share our screen to go through our presentation?
Yeah, again, as long as it matches that which we have on file, you're okay.
Certainly does.
Sorry.
Great, thank you.
For a second. Go ahead.
Okay, so just a quick start on what we see of the building from South Main Street, and a quick recap of what our project is. The proposal, it's 3 parts. One is to remove an existing non-historic 1-story wing. The second part is to replace that wing with a new 1-story compatible addition. And then third is modest alterations to the existing building. And we can see that the house is about 225 feet away from South Main Street, from the sidewalk. So this is what you see from the street. I'd like to start on the front elevation, the east elevation, and to walk through our alterations here, our proposal. So we can see at the top end is the drawings of the existing building, and below is our proposal and rendered with materials. I'll go from left to right. So left is our new proposed addition that's replacing the existing addition that you can see above. This addition, our goal here is this is a harmonious addition, that it's compatible. It defers to the existing building in terms of scale and level of architectural detail. It's also separated from the existing building with a hyphen and a small area with a small roof to distinguish it from the building and to pull it away from the existing building. And then as we move to the existing house, this is a non-compatible, or it's a compatible building, but it's not a key contributing building to the historic district. The facade We are proposing our several modest adjustments. I'll start with the windows, the fenestration. We'd like to remove one window that's circled, if you can see my right of the front door. We would also like on the second floor to remove 2 windows on either side of the French door. And we feel that those are crowding the facade and actually take away from its balanced symmetrical relationship. We'd like to remove and replace the French door that's in the center. And then the dormer, the skylight on the roof, we'd like to replace with a fan-shaped dormer that resembles the fan-shaped lights that are on the other side of the building. So if we look at our proposal, we can see what those changes really are. And then in addition to that is the central porch. From our view, we find that the existing porch is non-historic, and we'd like to propose making a porch that in our eyes is more compatible with the existing building. It's smaller in scale, and it feels to us that it belongs with the building much more so than the existing porch. And the same thing goes with the front door. We can see that the existing building has an overscaled central arch transom. Feels too big to us. It feels like a much later addition than the existing building. And the small side lights are replaced with a simple front door, 2 side lights, and a very simple transom. The other element is the division of the lights on the first floor. We can see that the existing building has a lot of 8/8s with a very vertical proportion, which feels out of keeping to us. As we look all the way around the house, the light proportions are much closer to a slightly more vertical than square proportion for each division of lights, like the 6/6 windows on the existing second floor. So our proposal is to change the windows to a 6/6 proportions on the ground floor. The rest of the architectural elements, such as the chimney and the cornice, would be maintained and repaired as needed. There is some repair work that will need to be done, but our intention is that would all be keeping with the historic fabric. That's a very quick overview of the front elevation. I like to walk around the building. So this is the south elevation. Well, this you cannot see from the street, but you can see from comparison with the drawing up above. Our new wing is intended to be small, a hip roof building, very low, completely defers to the existing building, which you can see in the background. And in this case, the main feature is the central area, which is designed to feel as though it was a porch, an open porch that has been enclosed with French doors and side lights. The materials, again, just like the front elevation, all in keeping: shingle roof, shingle walls, painted trim. Let's go to rear elevation. So we can see again that this elevation cannot be seen from the street. So this is the opposite side from the street, the west elevation. Going from left to right with the existing building, we've replaced sliding glass windows, which are certainly not in keeping with French doors and side lights. In the central portion, we have taken again the sliders away, replaced them with compatible side lights, French doors, and transoms. We've kept the fan light and all the architectural detailing. And then with our new, we've reduced the lights in the existing French doors that have been replaced with just a single door. And then our new addition on the right, here you can see the link that separates the wing from the historic house, and our new addition, which is very modest in our eyes. It's low pitched, hip roof, and simple but similar fenestration with the windows. And then let's go to the last elevation, would be the north side. The existing is up above. There's very little changes on this side. We've kept the chimneys, kept the roof massing. Everything is maintained with the existing building, except for the lights. Again, In this case, these look like the 8/8, which seem incompatible to us. So we're proposing 6/6 windows, which fit the light proportions all the way around the house in a much better way. And our new addition, which you can see clearly, replaces the non-historical facade with a hip roof. We've got a 2-bay garage, 3 sets of windows. And if we could go back one, I'd like to point out one thing about the entry porch, where we can see that the existing entry porch in the upper drawing and our proposal, it's actually smaller in height and a little bit smaller in depth as well, which we feel fits better with the existing building. So it supports the historic building. That is the exterior elevations. I'm happy to review any comments or questions, or we could continue and talk about the landscape plan and the gates, or go through the floor plan if anyone has questions.
We don't need to see the floor plan.
Okay. Excellent.
If we could just quickly see, and I emphasize quickly, the landscaping plan and the site plan. When I say quickly, we may come back to it because I know that was a concern about some of the other elements on the property.
Perry Guillot here that can answer any questions about the landscape plan.
Good evening. The plan shows on 3 sides, the existing privet hedge colored in green. There are 10-foot existing hedges to remain. Of course, all the trees along the street are to remain. And from the earlier image that Stephen started off this evening was the view as seen once the gate is open. And I have the proposed gate that will show you the design of that. But as Stephen mentioned, the house is pretty far off from the street. The new gate has a transparency that will allow a better view, albeit through some rather existing large trees there. But the plan also shows in color the red trees are meant for removal. They are all in sort of a bit of a sorry state or in sort of danger of being such an advanced age so close to the house. There are a couple of maples on the back terrace and a collection of old white pines that are on the far west border that are coming out. And in their place is to establish a sort of a rather robust collection of evergreens, Nellie Stevens hollies and American hollies. The pool shows a bordering hedge and some globe hollies there as well. But you can see there's a substantial amount of vegetation that will remain that's there today, with just some editing in some of the old decayed maple trees that are really close to the house. We'd like to have a fresher start with that. Stephen, you could go, any questions about this before we go to the gate?
Let's take a look at the gate. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, let's take a look at the gate quickly and we'll turn it over to the board for comments.
Sure, you'll see the bottom left picture is the existing conditions. There's some rather substantial older brick pillars with some broken lights on the top. One of them is actually missing, the one on the north side. So that gate is meant to be improved by the image next to it. Your board will remember perhaps the address of the application that was approved for 385, which is a neighboring property of this, and it's the same gate. There's a slight difference in the width because of the pillar distance, but the pillars are the exact same height and the coloration, the marble caps, the base, the thickness. And this is a gate. And you can see the transparency. I took a picture on the inside that would infer what the view would be like if you went by. There's not so much of the house, but there's much more of the landscape would be in view. any questions.
Sorry, so let me turn it over to the board members. I'm going to go on mute for a bit, okay, because I've got a dog that's biting me.
I don't have any landscape questions. I intend to walk the property with the plan, but based on the previous conversation, based on a walk on 385, I hope that the same intent is followed through in 365. My only question goes back to having Sally Spangberg analyze the existing historic building, because I'm not able to consider what is appropriate and is not appropriate until I see her analysis of the original building. And also, I'm not even sure, was it a carriage house at some point? Has it been a residence for some time? Or, I mean, there's some history lacking here on that I would like to know.
Right. Our understanding from Sally Spanberg's book is that it was built in 1901 as a carriage house and then converted to a house in the late 20s. But I don't know if we have specific dates on those items, but that's the historic research that we've been able to find.
Yeah. Given the discussion, Sarah, we will make that part of our request as we go forward. Other board members, comments?
I too would, I will withhold final opinion until we hear from Sally Spangberg. But I think it's but judging from what I see tonight, it's a big improvement over what's there, I think. But again, subject to historical, input.
Okay. Other board.
Chair, I'll just mention that I've reached out to Sally Spangler to see if we can get her comments on this. And so I'll let you know as soon as we have some more information there.
Great.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, and Sally can reference the discussion here, and here's Sarah's request and Peter's concerns as well. Other comments from the board?
No, I have some questions about the 8/8 versus the 6/6, et cetera, but I think actually Sally can actually give us the kind of background we need from her will help guide the understanding of that change.
I have a question about the south elevation and the wall of windows, and the impact that's going to have on the neighboring property and the neighbor.
What's the specific question?
Well, it's a lot of windows, which will reveal show a lot of light, and will impact the neighbor or the neighboring property to the south.
Yeah, certainly we can address that. There is a lot of landscaping between the two, so I'm not sure if that helps to.
Okay. I think it would be useful to see this property in relationship to the adjoining property. The structure in relationship to the adjoining.
Like a combined site plan, you're suggesting?
Well, to the neighbor. You said the two lots.
That's right.
Are you telling me it's owned by one person?
That's correct, Chairman, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So, yes, but you're presenting it as one property. You're presenting this as one property. So I'm a little troubled, and I know that you're trying to have it both ways. So we are generally concerned about light pollution that's cast upon neighbors. So treating this as the two properties you presented, I'd like to see the distance between the two structures.
We can provide that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
The only comment that I have from this elevation is the sudden presentation of shutters on 2 windows when there's shutters nowhere else on the house.
We've added shutters to this wing. On this particular facade, there's only the 2 windows. If we look at the other elevations on the addition, we have included shutters. If shutters are a concern, where those could easily be removed, there's no issue. We thought perhaps that might help to slightly distinguish the building, the addition from the existing. But if there's a concern about the shutters, those could easily be taken off. We can propose.
Yeah, I just think we need a little more historic reference to the house, really comment in depth.
Okay. So, gentlemen, I don't know whether technically we have to ask the applicant, Alice, to adjourn, or this is the board request an adjournment.
Either is fine. The board can certainly say the file isn't complete and wants to hear from their experts. So.
David, do you want to do the honors, or do you want me to make the request?
Mr. Chairman, we'd request an adjournment to your next hearing to give you the opportunity to talk to your historic consultant. And maybe we can have the opportunity in between to do so as well.
What a guy. All right. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, second by, I think Mark might have beat you out, Sarah, on the buzzer. In favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, great. We'll try to get Sally and Alex, we'll work on this together to get Sally to doing it post haste. But if there's any delays, we'll let you know. Okay?
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Okay, good.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, folks. Okay. Let's do this. Let's hear the next application of 39 Lewis Street, and then let's take a 15-minute break, unless you want to do that now, folks. Do you want to?
Let me know so I could bring them in or not bring them in.
Let's hear Lewis Street and then take a break.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Then we'll be done with the historic district. Okay, so next application, 39 Lewis Street, 1, I guess, LLC.
Jeff, this is a new application. We've received affidavits and they're in order.
Great. Thank you much.
Okay, you have Anthony and Jim just came in.
Good evening. Just give me a minute to get my video started. There we are. Okay. Good evening, Anthony Vermandois, 68 Union Street, Sag Harbor, representing 39 Lewis Street, LLC. So what I'd like to do is...
The other gentleman is?
That is the homeowner.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jim Hausman.
So I'd like to screen share if I could. All right. So I want to start with the photos of existing conditions. Can you folks all see the front elevation up on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is the front elevation as you're looking towards Lewis Street. So what you'll see here is the house is a gambreled roof house with the main north-south gambrel curves out over a front porch. The front porch was at some point in time enclosed with glass panels and a parapet. We believe it was originally an open front porch, though. There is also a fairly large cross gambrel roof facing Lewis Street, which we also believe was a later addition. It may not necessarily have been too much later than the house itself. I think that the house itself maybe was late 19th century and the big gambrel early 20th century. There are two dormers facing Lewis Street, this one here and this one, another one here that's obscured by the tree. And then there's these two sort of curious little dormers coming off of the gambrel, cross gambrel addition. Let's see here. So this is just a detail of the porch. You can see the enclosure of the porch with the gambrel. You can see the roof swooping out over the porch. Just kind of cheap aluminum gutters, kind of cheap screen door somebody put in at some point in time. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. All right. So yeah, so this is that big gambrel facing Lewis Street. You can see what I think was the original dormer here, with this beautiful air conditioner sticking out of it, and then these other sort of curious dormers that were kind of just sort of jammed in there at some point in time. That's the other side there. That's inside of the porch. Okay, so this is the driveway side, or the south elevation. So there's this existing kind of octagonal shape here, a little side entrance that was put in at some point in time when the second floor was converted into apartments. And this is the lovely rear elevation, where you've got these sort of accretions that were added over the course of the 20th century. You've got this little funny bump out here. You've got a little bump out here. You've got this beautiful CCA staircase going up, exterior staircase going up to a deck. Those of you who don't know me, I'm being sarcastic about that deck. This is the other side, facing north. This is also another view of the rear elevations. And we think what happened here was, I think maybe sometime late 19th, early 20th century, an open sleeping porch was added to the back. Then at some point that sleeping porch was enclosed. So now it's an interior room. This below too, we think where there was an open porch here at some point in time, which was enclosed. It is what it is. So that's basically just an overview of the house itself. What I want to do now is go into the exterior elevations, and I think I will need to temporarily stop my share and reopen it. So if you can just bear with me for a second. All right, there we go. You should be able to see the elevations now, the drafted elevations. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So what we're proposing to do on the front of the house is remove the glass panels and parapet and just return this into an open front porch again, just completely open. This big gambrel stays the same. The two dormers stay the same. The little funny side dormers that are coming off of the gambrel we'd like to remove. Moving on to the rear elevation, that's probably where the biggest changes are. What we really want to do is just kind of clean it up, make it a little bit more symmetrical and systematize it a bit. So we've got these two little, there is actually, this gambrel actually exists. It's kind of buried under the accretions that were added to the back, and then duplicate that with another gambrel on the other side and a shed dormer coming across the middle. Also an open porch around the back, recessing into a opening to the great room. Let's see if I can pan here. I always have trouble panning left and right for some reason. Just bear with me. Okay. All right, so the side elevations, so this is the south elevation here. You can see the that existing octagonal shape still there. Same big gambrel shape here with that roof swooping out over the front porch. The other side, the north side, once again, not too many changes here either, except where it's directly relates to the construction of this gambrel and shed dormer off to that corner. So that's that. Those are the elevations. Just want to bring up here if I can find it. Nope. That's not working. Wait, I just gotta stop share again. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. All right, I'm gonna share again. Okay, so just to give you the survey here, so you can see what's going on. Here's the main house. Really minimal changes to the footprint, except for the cleaning up the back elevation, as we described. Driveway will stay where it is, going back to this carriage house, the existing carriage house in the back. Right now, we're not proposing anything to that specifically, but that may be a future phase. We're proposing a little detached pool house here and a swimming pool, which you have in your file there. I can open up the drawings for that if you want to see them. But that is, well, might as well do it right now. Yeah, so here's the proposed pool house, which is really just a miniature version of the main house, little gambrel roof, and that's basically it. So that is just a brief summary of the project. So if you have any questions.
Okay, board members?
I have a quick one. You've got quite beautiful little spindly columns. Will they actually hold up what you're supporting?
It's a good question. Amazingly, they do seem to be supporting what's there now. It's who knows what we're going to find when we start opening things up. But this part of and I hope you can still see my cursor moving here. But this part of the roof and this part of the roof here is really just that swoop of the porch. That's not much load. What's supporting this big gambrel coming down? It does appear to be just these spindly columns. That's certainly not the glass panels that are in there. So somehow it's working out.
Okay, I mean that's my main question.
I'm not sure, because here, can you see this? That's that house.
Yeah. Yep.
And when they added in the next historic picture, when they added the gambrel to the front, they also enclosed the porch at the same time, and it may have been for structural reasons.
I'm quite certain that the very large columns flanking the bottom of the gambrel are structural.
Yeah.
And that you will have a lot of trouble getting rid of them. So I think you don't have to open anything. Well, you can take the cladding off, but I believe that that's what's holding up the gambrel. Okay. So I think that might inform what you do with the porch.
The pier.
Yeah, the piers, those big fat piers. Yeah. And I think, look, the three sides I think are very nice. Not one thing to complain about. Right. In the front, I do have a question about whether you want to lose that sort of pre-modern strip of windows. I find that the most striking part of the house. I know it's not original, but it's been there 100 years. And I would like to hear what Sally Spangberg would say about that.
Okay.
I would say that I agree with Peter. I think you're doing, though, thank you. I think you're doing a very respectful job maintaining this house because it's a sweet house. I would like to know what Sally has to say, but I actually think the change in the windows, I kind of agree with Peter over the front. But I think you're doing, the back of the house had, after it was divided up, was kind of a mess, and you have brought it back and rearranged it in a much more respectful manner. But I would be interested to see what Sally has. But that would just be one comment. I think there will be a question if you can support that thing with those little spindly columns.
Yeah, I don't think we certainly wouldn't object to keeping the piers if we need to.
May I add one thing? Hi, everybody. This is Jim Hausman. I'm the owner of the house. It is the spirit, and Anthony did a great job. It is the spirit to keep it in line with the historical significance of the house. I made sure to meet with Mary Cummings, meet with members of the Bishop family, this is an original. I bought the house actually from the Bishop family, who owned it continuously for 122 years. In the last 20 years, it was owned by a gentleman named Whiteman, who was in the school system. So it is my intent to be in keeping with the importance of this location in the village. The one thing I'll ask about that area behind the glass, that's 3 to 5 feet between the glass and the house on the first floor. It's insanely hot in there. Insane. I bought it during the summer. Now the windows do fold down, but there's no ventilation. I don't care really either way, but it would make, to me, the porch pretty unusable to sit there behind that glass.
Agreed.
So that's the only reason we asked to remove it.
Okay.
And it's a special house, and I know it. Maybe the 3-family use that's there right now isn't so popular. We'd be returning it to a single-family use, which requires extensive work. And I think Anthony has done a rock star job designing a house inside. I know you guys don't focus on that, but we are indeed going to firm it up also, and we're going to lift it, and we're going to put in a basement and make sure it's sitting on solid footing.
Will in lifting it, Jim and Anthony, will the elevation of the height, will the house increase in elevation?
No, be exactly the same height it is now. We're actually kind of fortunate with the grade around the house. It's pretty much flat, so we're not dealing with any weird kind of grade issues that you sometimes run into when you do that sort of thing. So yeah, it would be exactly the same height relative to sea level.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so let me see if Kat, can you see if there's any public comment?
I will look.
I'll just add, Mark.
No, there's no hands up.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add, Mark, if you could, if they're not already, I'd like to just include the photo you shared as part of the file, if you're able to share those. So we have that as part of the record.
Yeah, I'm happy to share them. They're actually there's 15 of them in the original listing from Sotheby's.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So I will move that we adjourn to our next meeting to allow for the village historic consultant to review the property. Anything else I need to add to that, Alice? Or we're good?
I would say that if the historic consultant would like to see the property, walk through the house or whatever, certainly we're willing to do that. I would just ask for, just contact me or the homeowner.
Sure. Okay. Of course. And Alex, that's something you and I will work on with Sally. So we've got 2 projects now for Sally. Okay. So I make that motion. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
A second by Peter. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Oh, great. So
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So moved. All right. So let's do this, folks. Let's take it's 15 minutes too long, or do you want to make it 10 minutes?
Let's go for 10.
10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. It's just 9:30 now, so 9:40 we will reconvene.
Thank you.
Okay, 9:40. Great. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Resume the agenda. Thank you, everybody who's been patiently on this Zoom meeting. So next is Driveway Gates Historic. We have DCK Wyndham LLC at 35 Herrick Road, and then Paul Fagan, 32 South Main Street. And I believe both of these are presented by the same individual. But let's one at a time. Is DCK Wyndham here?
I thought we had no new submissions on both of these.
Okay, so.
Sarah, you're on mute. And Mark's on mute.
Thank you. We don't.
All right, so.
I can barely hear everyone. Is the sound every week on everyone? Or is it just me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Is you, maybe, Peter, you have to turn up your volume perhaps?
Yeah, okay, it's at this end, that's fine. I can do it.
And Kat, you don't see anybody out there for DC?
No.
Okay, all right, so I will just move this to the next.
We should adjourn for incompleteness.
So do I have to make a motion or we just simply make?
Please.
Okay, so I move that we adjourn to our next meeting due to non-appearance of DCK Wyndham LLC at 35 Herrick Road. Do I have a second on that, please? Or may I have a second? Second by Mark. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay. In the application of Paul Fagan, 32 South Main Street for driveway gates, I move that we adjourn to our next meeting due to non-appearance. May I please have a second on that?
Second.
Second, toss it back. That was also Mark. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great. Okay, great. So then this gets us on to public hearings outside the historic district, or otherwise known as non-historic. Heart of the Hamptons is adjourned pending site plan approval. 31 Roscoe developer requested an adjournment to February 28th, our next meeting. I move that we accept the applicant's request. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark. And all in favor, aye.
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 All right, now on to Margaret, the application of Margaret Lewis at 63 Dale Street for a two-story dwelling and accessory building.
All right, James Bennett is coming in.
Oh.
And I do have drawings, Jeff, for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not me scratching, that's Winnie. That- She very much appreciated the 10-minute break.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't sure whether she should be playing in the snow or taking care of business, but she did both.
Hello, Mr. Bennett.
Hello.
Okay, although Kat introduced you, tell us who you are and who you represent.
This is James Bennett. I'm here to represent Margaret Lewis on Dale Street.
Great. Okay. All right, James, the floor is yours. You have a new submission. Kat has plans, and so she can bring those up and you can direct her.
Well, I just want to go to the elevations and
Okay.
hopefully you'll approve this and we can move on. Yeah.
There we go. All right.
So I made the roof a slighter pitch. I left the upper roof at a 7 pitch, and I corrected all the windows, and I made the fascia 1x8, and I made the freeze board a 1x6.
I'd like to talk about the eave.
Okay.
Kat, can you, well, let me first, before we go wait, before I ask Kat to show something. Thank you for, paying attention to those comments about, those details, which I think are important. I think they make a house. But you added the frieze, but you still have that pork chop, the so-called pork chop, which, I know that's a typical builder's detail, but I think we can do better. So if you could, I took a couple of pictures of typical eaves and frieze boards in the village. So Kat, could you put up what I emailed you?
What you emailed me,
Yeah,
which was,
about an hour
Let me
ago
take
or
this
half an
down.
hour ago.
oh, see, I didn't know that. You didn't tell me. Let
I'm
me take
sorry.
a look. No, don't be sorry. Let me see if I can pull up my email here real quick. Okay, from Peter. Did you send it to the village or here? I have something from Sarah Latham.
Yeah, that's just,
She
those are
said the same thing.
It's the same thing?
Yeah,
Yes.
he doesn't have a computer.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Thank you very much. I apologize.
Sure, I just didn't know it was there, guys.
No, I can't wait till we get back in person.
Okay, now I have to go here, and then I have screen share and this and that. Okay, is this what you wanted?
Yeah, there's two of them. This is the first. You see, James, and this is from a village. It's on Meeting House Lane. It's probably from the 20s. This house, but you see, there's the the fascia, the projecting fascia, and then in this instance, there's no return. The fascia just goes down the slope of the roof, and then it
I understand
back along the
completely,
side
and
of the
it's just a
house.
square cut. I understand
Yes.
completely.
And the frieze, you notice underneath, which is substantial. I think maybe you might want to make your frieze bigger and your fascia thinner. Just a suggestion.
Well,
you
last
show
time
the
I
next
was
one,
told
please?
to make it, the soffit bigger and make the frieze board larger also. So
Yeah, and Kat, could you show the other one?
Sure. Would this be the one?
Yes, and see, this is a different example, which I think what you were drawing, or you were returning your eave, and the way to do it here is you return it as shown, and then the frieze that is beneath the flat fascia, the horizontal fascia, continues up the sloped fascia. It's the same dimension, similar dimension, and the bottom of the frieze dies into the top of that returned fascia. Those are just two really typical vernacular details in the village, and they're kind of characteristic. And I would love it if you could maybe refine your detail a bit and go in this direction.
all right.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you,
so
Kat.
when we went back to the front facade, I changed that vent.
I think the front looks good. I think you
Okay.
fixed the roof.
So we
My only
just
thing
fixed-
about the porch roof, and this is just to consider, and I would like other people to chime in, is at the north side of the porch. Should that be a hip return, or maybe it should just be a shed coming straight out from the north elevation? Just a question, and I would really love to hear what other people have to say.
Nat, can you put the rendering back up?
Uh-oh, which one? Second one or the first?
A2.
I don't know A2, Sarah, I'm sorry.
It's just the front facade.
The facade you had up before we showed Peter's picture.
This one? This?
No, the drawing.
The drawing, the submission.
Oh, okay, gotcha, I gotcha, all right.
You got us.
So those are just two ways to handle an eave.
Gotta get them. Right here. Okay. Screen share. And
And so
here,
the conversation is whether to make it a shed roof instead of a,
Yeah, at the north end there, it returns in a hip, right? And I just, it's a question, and maybe, maybe I'm wrong, but I just somehow sense if it was sliced, if it was if the slope went all the way to the edge of the gable, to the north end of the house, it might be a little stronger.
all right, anybody else's thoughts?
Peter, I'm just having a hard time visualizing that. Maybe Cat can circle it, or, I mean, which elevation?
here,
We're
Yeah,
just talking about the
lower.
front elevation and making
The
that a
porch.
shed roof instead of a,
Yeah, like the porch. It's still a
instead
shed.
of having a
it's
hip
the,
roof.
the porch roof.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I agree with Peter. I think that would be a good change.
All right. Very
So it
good.
would be Cat. It would be at the other end, at the north end, at the other end of the house, for your cursor. Yeah,
This one?
exactly. That instead of returning back at a slope, if it went straight back
Goes
and the
right,
that went all the way over to the edge of the house. Exactly.
so
I
this
understand
piece to
completely.
here.
flush at the
Yes.
edge of the house, right?
Yes,
Oh, who's that?
That was me. Peter, is that what you meant? The line that
that's exactly what I meant.
Yeah, nice.
All right, I'll make those two changes.
Thank you.
But I think it looks pretty good. What do the other guys think?
I think a marked improvement.
Yeah.
I agree.
What's the fenestration again? The window treatments, the frames of the window?
I just,
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just asking about the window frames. They're
Painted white wood.
okay, good. All right, thank you. Okay. I need my glasses. I'm wearing my glasses. Okay. Okay. Maybe I need stronger glasses. Any other comments from the board?
Peter, I think Peter's comments for the pork chops carry to the back as well, right?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, I think it gives it Peter's suggestion gives the house a much cleaner look, and those pictures were worth 1,000 words.
all right.
Yeah, the shadow, it really, and the proportions, it really matters, and it's such a small thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, no problem.
okay.
Thank you
good.
so much.
Any public comment? All right, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Peter, all in favor, aye.
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 All right, thanks, James.
All right, have a good night.
Thank you.
You
Okay.
too.
And thanks for your changes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Next, Robert Roberts, 75 Hetty Creek, two-story addition.
We haven't gotten anything new from that.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. And I can't recall, I don't have the minutes in front of me. All right, so I guess we'll just adjourn to our next meeting. Okay. No hands raised?
Nope.
Okay. I move.
There was also, I think there was no submission last time as well.
Right.
Yeah. Is this the second or third time? Do we know?
I
Jack?
believe it's
you-
the second.
Second, okay. All right. So we'll adjourn it one more time before requiring that they repost and notify. Okay, so I move that we adjourn the application of Robert Roberts at 75 Hetty Creek due to non-appearance. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye, great, okay. Second non-appearance, okay. Okay. Kevin Ansari at 306 Hill Street for an addition.
This also had no submission, I believe, and a no show at the last meeting as well.
Okay, same thing there. I don't know. Jackie, maybe we need to give these folks a heads up, but we can talk about that tomorrow, okay? Okay, so I move that we adjourn the application of Kevin Ansari at 1306 Hill Street due to non-appearance. A second on that, please. By Peter. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, great. Okay, next, Michael Minnick and Ann Mahoney at 40 Hildreth Street. Two-story single-family dwelling. There has been a new submission on that from Jim McChesney. Is Jim out there?
Yes, he's coming in.
Okay,
So is Dan Mahoney.
okay. Jim, my God, you look green.
I'm in the green room.
Is it my computer or does Jim look green?
No, I just painted my den green.
Really?
And turn on more lights.
Okay. All right. Well, everybody, happy Valentine's Day. Glad you could join us. Jim, tell us who you are, and you're obviously the property owner, but tell us who you are as well. Okay. So introduce yourselves, Jim and Ann.
Yes, I'm Jim McChesney. I'm the architect for the applicant at 40 Hildreth Street. And I believe Ann Mahoney, my client, is on the Zoom call also.
Yes, hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. And I know it's a long night. You have to wait. My husband's also going to join. Thank you for your time. And yes, we're the homeowners at 40 Hildreth, and we're happy to be in front of you to talk about our property.
Okay. So Jim, why don't you take us through the elevations and the changes you made?
Sure, if we could go.
One moment.
Thank
Is
you.
Mike Minnick with you?
Yeah, there, here it
Yeah.
comes.
Yeah, I just brought him in.
You're celebrating Valentine's Day.
I know, and on two different laptops. That's like what you do.
Well, anyway.
And are you able to share the drawings that
Jim, I can share them. I have them.
But,
Okay,
are you able to?
go ahead, Jim.
I do have all of them, but go ahead.
Oh, you Kat? Okay, go ahead, Kat.
Well, it's your call, Jeff.
It's probably drawing 201 and 202 are the exterior elevations, and those are where the changes were made.
Go ahead and share your screen because I don't.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim. If you have it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Let me just go to, okay, these are the exterior elevations where we made some changes based on your comments from the last meeting. Basically, the big changes on the front elevation were we simplified the front entrance, got rid of the pediment over the entry door, simplified the roof. It's just a shed roof coming over the front porch. We eliminated the eyebrow window to kind of simplify the entrance as well. I also proportionally reduced all of the second floor space and was able to capture a little bit more first floor space that was covered by a roof, and increased the roof pitch, added a bay window to add a little bit more interest at the first floor level. I also added a freeze board. I changed the eaves and the returns similar to the picture that Mr. DeWitt showed, the second example that he showed on the previous project. And a big change that we made is on the back, we eliminated the roof deck over the screen porch. So that's all a pitched roof. So I think that we simplified the roof line considerably. And as I said, we added some a freeze board at the eaves. We added a band around the second floor level. And those are pretty much the changes that we made.
Oh, and we also, in general, the windows, we changed the proportion and reduced the size. So they're not as large, and hopefully there won't be as much of a light issue. And we have, I think, 6 or 7 letters in support of the project from the immediate neighbors. And we hope that you like our changes.
Okay. Jim, what's the chimney material?
Is brick,
Okay,
a brick Dartmouth.
and the cap? So,
Would be brick as well.
okay, a red brick?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Board members?
Looks really
I think
nice.
I think it looks great. I mean, you know, yeah, it looks great. I think it's all fixed up. I have an issue with the front door, maybe in the transom, and the door being glass, but I know that's sort of a personal decision. But let's hear what other people say.
Apparently they're not saying anything, so
No, I mean, I think.
how do we read that?
I think the changes have made a world of difference.
I agree. Can you remind what color the windows are? They're white,
White.
correct?
Everything's white.
Yeah, I think it looks fine.
Okay, all right, good. Any public comment out there?
Oh, give me a second here, Jeff. I gotta pull up the people. Nope.
Okay, so if there's no further comment from the board, it seems that at least the majority are in favor of the changes Jim has made and Ann and Mike have consented to. So thank you, folks. So I move that we accept the application of Michael Minnick and Ann Mahoney at 40 Hildreth Street as submitted. John is seconding that, and all in favor?
Aye.
Great. So, yes, you are our first approval this evening.
Wow.
Great, thank you very, very much.
Thank you very
We're
much.
very excited.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Thank you
folks.
very
and
much.
Thanks for going through the process.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Valentine's Day in.
Oh,
Shucks. I
Yeah.
hit that button.
Well, we have to, you should stop meeting this way. We all should, no, never mind. Okay. Good thing I never went into stand-up. Okay. Okay, next application, SKV Wickapog Road LLC, 508 Wickapog.
See you, Luke. And then
See you. Okay.
CU must have a really good computer. Every time I click on her, she comes in like lightning.
Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there.
All right, good. So Kat, do you have her renderings and elevations? If not, we'll.
Which one is
SC
this? This is the address
This is SKV Wickapog.
508 Wickapog. I do have some for 508 Wickapog.
Sierra Kilo Victor.
Yeah. Let's see if I have what I need. I don't. CU, aren't you the one that emailed me a time sensitive one and I couldn't open it? Was that you?
No, I
Okay.
emailed it to Derek. All the electronic file was emailed to Derek.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he forwarded it to me. I couldn't open it, Jeff.
Okay.
Oh.
So CU, can you share your screen?
I'll share my screen.
Thank you.
Well, he didn't tell me that you guys cannot open. I would have resent it. Do you see my screen?
Oh,
Yes.
We see the mountains.
You see the mountains and me here.
That's you, okay.
That's Death Valley National Park.
Beautiful.
So, good evening. My name is Siyu Liu. I'm the architect for 508 Wickle Park. And the last two meetings, we presented something that the board don't like, and we listened to the comments, and we take it very seriously. And in the past 3 weeks, and we designed a totally new house, and we lowered portions of the roof line, so it's not like just 3 squarish gable, which is very modern looking. And we took some elements from a modern barn house, like we use board and batten, we had barn doors, and we reduced the glass tremendously because that's one of the other complaints. Just the basically what I heard is it's too modern, too squarish, modern, and too much glass. So we reduced that. So this is the front elevation, and we have board and batten here, and we have horizontal clapboards, and we have barn door, and that's the west elevation. And then we have here is the rear elevation, which is also we reduce the glass and stuff, and a barn door for the garage door, which is solid. And we have renderings that we did. I did the rendering that's more focused on the house. I made the trees a lot smaller so that you can actually see the house. And our landscape architect is waiting. I think he is going to show more how the tree is going to look like. So he made the house, he made the trees a lot bigger. So I made them deliberately smaller, and that's the rear of the house. Does board have any question with the presentation? If not, I'm going to switch to the landscape architect, who's going to talk about the parking lot and how he placed the trees.
Yeah, let's go to the landscaping, and then we'll turn it over to the board for comments.
Great. Dean Gamolka, landscape architect. May I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, as per your comments at the last meeting, we revised the driveway to be a little more organic, working with the farm motif, the vocabulary of this area. I have incorporated a lot of native grasses. We have red maples and native red maples in the plan. Here's a sampling of some of the material that's in the plan. I rendered the planting plan just so it's a little bit easier to see how the trees are spaced.
Right.
And then this is sort of the rendering showing the driveway, which has been reduced quite a bit. And I think it works very well with the architect's new design. It's very simple. We have the hedges are there on both sides. At one side, the west side, is about 16 feet high. On the east side, it's about 14. And then we would like to add a 4-foot hedge. There is a agricultural 8-foot fence in the back. So we just want to mute that a little bit with a 4-foot hedge behind the pool house. And that's basically the layout of our, very simple, just complementing the house and couching the house with the large trees around the 4 corners, and then adding some color and native grasses.
Okay, all right, great. I appreciate that. Thank you. So let me turn it over to the board. Whoever wants to comment first, please go ahead.
I'll start. The landscaping plan looks lovely. I like the selection of trees. And it fits the surroundings. The house itself, yeah, of course, I'll wait for others to weigh in as well, but to me, it appears the facade of the house is much different than the back side of the house. It's almost as if they were two different houses. The double stacked windows in the front, the really the two flights of windows that are in that corner, to me, create a light pollution issue. And I don't understand the double doors, to tell you the truth. Those big double gates, it looks as though it's like a missile silo opening to the entrance of the house. I don't understand the purpose of those huge gates. I mean, I understand it from like a farm, if you're trying to replicate the barn farm, type of look, that would make sense, but not at a two-story type of representation.
Okay, thank you, John. Peter, Mark, Sarah.
Can you take us back to the rendering of the front of the house, please? I would have to agree with John that I think the sliding barn doors are sort of a belts and suspender issue. I think they bring a lot of weight and mass to the front of the house that's probably not necessary. I mean, overall, this house versus the previous house we looked at, I think we've come forward by miles. I think it's much more appropriate to the neighborhood. I think we still need some tweaking here, but I think we're much closer. I just find those huge doors almost incongruous to the rest of the house. What I would say is if I look at the window to wall ratio of the front of the house and compare it to the window to the wall ratio of the back of the house, the back of the house does seem like a much more contemporary expression than the front of the house.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Peter?
As far as the site plan, yes, I think the tree and the landscaping plan is great. I like the pool house. I think the just this front door issue's the biggest one for me. I agree with John that that huge window to the right that I think is in front of the staircase could be reduced.
Yep. Okay. Good. Peter, Sarah.
Well, first of all, I acknowledge I think that the 1-story eave line does so much to scale it, it's so much better scaled. I agree about those doors. I think from the center going east, the left side of looking at the house, the left side, it looks pretty good. Maybe that picture window is a little bit, I couldn't help but looking that it's the bathtub is behind it. And that's great if a beautiful young person is in front of it, but if such a moth ever appears, it would ruin the view. So I think you just might want to consider that. And I think the window wall ratio would be improved. I think the problem is on the right side, or the east or the west side rather, if you could just, I think that second, sort of saltboxy gable is kind of intrusive. And if you could wrap the eave line that you have over the stair around, take off a piece, you've got a projection facing west. If you could take that area and fill it in on the front side and the north side and just wrap that roof around. The west elevation is also very complicated with different pitches and unresolved roofs. I would love to see a roof plan, by the way. I looked at the roof plan on the second floor, but frankly, don't understand it. So I think those roofs over there are a bit of a problem. And I'm a maven for roofs, but they really do distill the essence of a house. And I also, speaking of roofs, I find on the west elevation, the garage gable roof connected to that lower thing. It's got a vertical second. It's not resolved, that's all. But long way, thank you. You have a little way more to go, I think.
Good night.
Let me just chime in. Sarah, any comments?
Sarah, you're muted.
So,
Ms. Latham, you're muted.
I'm undone
I am
now.
muted.
oh, okay, yeah.
Sarah's muted.
Do you have any comments, Sarah?
I'm here now.
Okay.
I think that some of the fenestration patterns are greatly are great improvements. I also think that that stacked two-story on the west elevation is incongruous with the rest of your fenestration patterns. I think that the materials have certainly come a long way as far as reflecting the agrarian nature of Wickapog, or part of Wickapog. And I think you're on your way, but not there yet. Thank you.
So my comments essentially summarize the comments before, is that the verticality of the windows in the front, which are accentuated by the two-story barn door, are a bit much, and take away from what Peter was saying, which is the first floor eave line that you had created, and then you've got these two non-essential doors that make the house and accentuate the stacked windows, or I'm sorry, the two-story window. So I concur with that. And then to the right of that, or to the west of that, the floor to roof two-story window, same comments there. It's just, I'd be inclined to break that up the way it looks like you were breaking up the center window. And then agreeing with, I think it was John who said that the back is themed differently than the three other elevations. I understand that might work, but boy, it seems a little bit incongruous. And then, and I do agree with the landscaping, and I think kudos to you in terms of using plantings that are natural, or natural to the area. So, okay, that's it. Back to you. See you.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen again. Can you see them? Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. This is a house I did not in the village, but in Southampton, in Watermill. And you can see we use a big barn door here, and with the track. And this basically what I'm proposing, except I don't have the middle portion. It's more condensed because it's the bigger house. And this technique, it was not new. It was started a long time ago. I have done, oh, where is it? Oh. No, sorry, I'm losing track here a little bit. So many years ago, I did this with another architect. So you can see the big barn door flanking the fenestration. And that's really is a, like I will say, an artistic interpretation of a barn door. And if you look at the neighbors of this this house, and I'll go to the you can see this is the neighboring property, and they have big barn doors.
Yeah, that's because it's you. In all fairness, that's because it's a barn.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't mean we cannot take the inspiration and use it.
And then there are no windows. It's a barn.
But if you look at this house that I did, you know, it's.
All right. See you. I
and you
don't
can
want to. I
see
don't want to.
The
I don't
front
wanna
of the
be-
house is a barn, but this is the back of the house, and it looks perfectly fine. If you can see, this is the front.
Honestly, none of these houses are helping your case from my perspective.
And I agree with John, so I'm not going to say any more. I mean, just go back to the picture you just did before. See you, and I don't want to belabor this because. So even those barn doors, whether we would have agreed to this again, this did not come before us. The other house.
I see the roof. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the 3D, and you can see the roof. It does work.
Thank you. Thank you
And,
very much.
You know.
Okay. So what I was saying before, the house you referenced in Watermill, it has a different look. It may be subtly different or dramatically different. Well, it's dramatic. I mean, this you're showing me now doesn't look very much like the other house. Yes, it has it has one or two doors of the same element, but beyond that, it's a very different looking house, and it doesn't have the floor to ceiling window to the right facing. So I understand where you're coming from, CU, but I think the board's been unanimous in its concern about how those elements present themselves in this house. And also in the house you presented in the one, I don't know whether it was Watermill or the other one, and you showed the rear and the use of glass there. The design was more consistent than going from farm to modern. So I would really suggest taking the board's comments. I think everybody agrees that you've come a long way from where we started. You've got a beautiful landscaping plan. You've softened up the house. The window ratio is far better. And so take what the board is saying, and I think we work it a little bit, compliments to your clients for being flexible. And as Sarah said, you're getting there. I think it was Sarah, right, Sarah?
Yes.
I'm still quite unclear as to exactly what I need to do. I can take the barn door down, but other than that, you know, if you say the barn door is that you don't want, we can take that down.
No,
and then
not
this
sure
window.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm not sure so much that the board was saying eliminate the barn doors entirely. Maybe you want to do it, but I don't think, I think what they were saying is two-story barn doors bordering a two-story window. And even though there's the floor, the grayish thing in the middle, it still looks like a two-story window that's exaggerated and accentuated by the presence of these ornamental barn doors, which, well, accentuated. And then you have the, again, floor to ceiling window on the right side facing. So maybe you break up the window to the right face.
And that's a corner window too, Jeff. It's well,
This is a neighboring house. You can see big glass on the top,
Right.
and big windows and doors
Yeah,
on
but
the bottom.
But to you, it's broken up, and it
Yes,
doesn't.
I'm broken it up too in the
Yeah,
middle.
no, see, I
There's
think
nothing
the
in
issue really
middle.
is the doors. I think I wouldn't object to the, you know, I understand it's two stories and it's the doors that they ruin it, I think. I think it's a motif that's not working.
And also the completely glass front door. The other house you showed me had a big window, but it also had a solid front door. So
Yeah, I mean, if the front door were solid, that would go a long way too, actually.
Okay, solid front door, no barn door.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise,
Can you switch your rendering so we can see the garage side again? That roof there was funny, I thought. Oh, okay. All right, well. Is that an overhang?
This part?
Yeah.
There's a little side.
Oh, I
door,
see. Okay, I get it.
like a mudroom.
Oh, I
door.
understand. All right. I think you could do better there in that corner. I think you got to resolve that corner. I know it's a detail, but it doesn't look right.
You mean here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, from this view, I like it. I like it from this view. You know, you broke it up nicely. It's more informal. Like like barn buildings. So I think it's a problem from the west side. I don't know. I can't suggest anything there, but I find that additional gable kind of anomalous. I don't know. Like it's too close or something's not right in my eye.
The shed to the dormer. I mean, the
Yeah,
shed.
maybe that's it.
Yeah.
I didn't quite get you. Which one you talking about?
Yeah, if you could tilt it towards the northwest, so we can see from the other way.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there. Yeah, go back a little. Yeah, that's kind of. I think you clean that up. I don't know what to do, frankly, but
the
I
way
find that salt box gable inconsistent, I guess, with the rest of the house.
and you have too many truncated eaves. The way
You mean this one you don't like?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the way that intersects the shed, you've got that it's very two-dimensional there.
You know, I think you could just join the two roofs and you've got it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's so close. I think that instead of interrupting the two perpendicular roofs with that gable, they could somehow meet.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that the eave line is lower than the eave line of the two-story entrance piece.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think there's a lot of possibility there.
I thought the salt box looks, and of course we have to agree to disagree.
Sure.
I really thought it's a really good. I'm sorry, this with the
maybe it should be on the side. CU. Maybe it should be on the side. Maybe that salt box elevation should face west. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I see.
You see, the salt box is actually quite interesting. That's why I was like doing it.
Yeah, but you know what? In this one, CU, the gable is further away. You know,
right.
in the Wickapog house, the gable is shoved up against the shed dormer over the stair. You know, they're closer. So this one has the benefit of distance.
It's pushed back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're farther apart. The two gables.
And I think what complicates it is you've got that corner window, floor to ceiling window that juts out there.
Yeah.
And it distorts everything to the right.
It seems inconsistent with the
It
design
makes it
of
look Unga punch or whatever the expression is.
I'm telling, if you could just marry those two perpendicular roofs, you know, first do that and then add dormers and such as you need, I think you'd have it, honestly. You know, perhaps instead of projecting that piece projects to the west, maybe you even off with the front of the stair hall, you know, get rid of the corner window effect. Anyway, that's all I can say right now.
Yeah, I really want to do to improve, and based on your comments, the thing is I didn't quite understand yet.
I think you're doing beautifully. I really do.
So you're saying I didn't quite understand, like what roof you want me to combine?
Okay, you have the slope, the roof that's sloping towards the west.
This
you
one.
have a roof that's sloping towards the north, right? The main roofs of the house. I would just make that a hip, to start with, make that a hip roof. Make those two roofs join with a hip. And
So
then carve away. And then do you know what I mean? If they first join and then you add and subtract from that, I think it'll be more cohesive and it will let the central gable be dominant without that sort of competing salt box gable so close.
Spring, can you help me turn off the shadow?
I can't anymore.
So you're saying to get rid of this gable and make it a hip?
Yes, and then I recognize you will have to do something. You'll have to do something with that hip to get the second floor windows. I know that's not the end of the story, but I think if you started there and carved away as you needed, I think you'd be on the right track. I really do.
Okay. So, all right. So if I can summarize, is the barn door still a really big concern? Because I really love the barn door.
Yeah, I
Because I
know.
think it looks really beautiful on several of the houses I did, and people always love it. And then just
You know what the
request, I have lots of requests to do it.
You know what the
So-
problem with the barn door is? In this house, those barn doors serve in lieu of shutters. They close windows, which is far different. Here, they serve as a second set of front doors. Therefore, they don't make a lot of sense. And it adds a lot of weight to the very center of the house. The purpose of them here is very different. And that's where I think the problem is, because it's almost like belts and suspenders on the front door.
And
So I
then
think they don't
It's
make
purely meant, it's for ornamentation, right? Those are not, are those functional doors or?
Some of the doors I did, they are functioning. Some of them are not.
Well, that like, so what is the point of the doors here? What are they meant to be functioning shutters for the front of the
Not
house?
quite really, it's more ornamental.
So with that in mind, there have to be other ways to embellish the front of the house other than, I would look at other options to embellish the front entrance.
I don't think you need embellishment. I think just the plain clapboards with shingles going down would be fine.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I'm with Peter. Just lose the doors and figure out, simplify the front door, get a solid front door in there. Then you're almost there.
Right, it's simplify the front doors, minimize the second story height windows on the corner.
That looks very nice.
Yeah,
I think that looks much better.
Yeah.
And if you made this front door solid, a solid panel, you'd be there. The front door would be fixed. I think.
I totally agree, Peter.
I think we're starting to design this house, so I think we should probably.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
anyway, we're having too much fun tonight. I think we should let CU design it.
All right.
So,
See, go
so
ahead.
if you say, so basically, I really wanted to figure out what is the problem.
I know, but
So,
I think as
we took
John
out
or
the front
Mark
door.
said,
We make a solid door, we take
Oh,
out the
it's
front
nice.
door.
Yeah, it looks. Yep, it's all looking better. But we're starting. This is
I-
turning into a workshop.
yeah, yeah.
Are
So-
you still concerned about the staircase windows, or you good?
Those are an issue from my perspective, yes.
Yeah, they are for mine as well. And I think it takes away from the farm-like theme that you started with.
What does Peter think?
All right.
Yeah, no, they're not very rural.
But at this point, Peter's going to start charging. So
Yeah, no, that's enough. You know, I think you've got plenty.
yeah. So
We've all said
see
too
you.
much.
All
No,
right.
I'm just trying to get everything done in one shot instead of coming back again.
It appears,
So-
it's like from my perspective, it's like a tower of windows in that corner.
Yeah, exactly. And it's two-sided. So you've
Right. If you got rid of the side facing north by just continuing your roof, that would do a lot. You
I
need
think
a
I got-
simplified northwest corner. That's all I have to say about that, I think. And
So,
I know it's complicated, by the way. I know it is.
Are you still concerned with this window? This is not a very big window, though.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine with
That
me.
one is fine.
Good.
So
Okay.
basically, the front is basically fixed. You just want to make the corner staircase window somewhat smaller.
And fix the northwest corner, the massing at the northwest corner.
You just want to change the roof a little bit.
Yeah. I think, and yeah, it's going to take some study,
Yeah.
Okay,
See
and
you.
then what about the back? You want me to change anything in the back, or?
Well, I think, let me just summarize the comments. The comments were that the back is thematically different than the front. It's contemporary versus barn-like. So to the extent that you could bring those elements in to the rear, like you did in one of the house and watermill. The rear of the house and watermill was consistent with the overall theme. So see you.
the,
night, Gracie.
what I have in the watermill, the house, in watermill, this exact same kind of direction, the
No,
back is.
it's not. And I ask that the differences may be subtle. I'm not an architect, but to my eye, they're different.
So what is that bothers the board with the rear elevation? Because I need to know.
We said it, and I'm not going to say it again to you. It's 1037. The back is contemporary, modern, against the theme of an agrarian or barn like that you're trying to create. So let's take it at that.
Is
And
it the roof that's modern looking, or is it the fenestration?
It's the fenestration. Your window to wall ratio is much more contemporary than the front of the house.
Okay,
okay.
That center window, I think, is still too overwhelming.
okay. So you're just saying reduce the glass?
Make it more consistent with the look and feel of
It's
the.
going to be very hard to satisfy everything we're saying, but I think that once you have, you're going to find the way. You know, some of us won't get everything we want, but I think you're going to get a unified whole that will look good.
That's a good point. Make it unified from a, you know.
But does the roof line bothers anybody?
Yeah, me, but on the northwest, the west roof line and northwest roof line bothers me a lot.
No, I mean the rear. I understand.
Oh, no, the rear, no, doesn't bother me. No.
The rear doesn't bother you. You want me to fix the sides?
Yeah. For me.
Yeah,
I'm only one person.
No, I will fix it for you.
Okay. All right. So boy, that's a lot of input. Have fun. See you. Obviously, this needs to adjourn. Is there any public comment?
I don't see any, Jeff. No hands up.
No? Okay, see you, and Dean, thank you very much. I move that we adjourn to our next to our next meeting. SKV Wickapog Road. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you, Silu.
Good.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you, see you.
Thank you, see you. You know, this was fun.
I know. we should have it.
He's having too much fun.
Yeah, maybe I'll come and.
Okay, great.
When I'm done with the 3D, I'll come and show it to you.
Okay, let's go on to our next application, that of Nicole Gallagher at 145 Wickapog for alterations to an accessory garage. Is that applicant here?
Yes, Mark Kafaga. Coming in. And Janine Caro. Well, Janine's in. Hi, Janine, you're in. Let's see, start video.
I'm not Janine. I'm just signed in with the girl from my office, but this is Mike Mandracina, represent the Gallaghers.
Okay, great. Mike, you got can we see your face?
Let me start my video.
Okay, all right, hold on. Go on mute, okay. All right.
And we have Mark Kafaga. What was your name, sir? I'll change it for you.
Mark, you have to unmute.
He just came in. He'll get it.
Okay.
All right. Janine Caro, can you give me your name, please, so I can change it?
Mike Mandracina,
Mike?
Mangia.
Okay.
You could use that for short.
Okay. Okay. Now we're just gonna wait for Jeff. He'll be right back.
Remind Mark, you're on mute, Mark. You have to unmute.
Okay.
Listen,
Gentlemen,
Mr. Kafaga, I'm sending you, yeah, now he did.
I'm in.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Gentlemen, let's pick up where we left off, which had to do with some of the changes to the barn. And I think, Sarah, were you out there as well?
Yes, with Mark and also
Okay.
with Alex.
Okay, great. So,
Hi, Sarah.
Hey,
okay, so Mark, why don't you kick it off? Tell us what changes you've made and where we are. And then Sarah, you can read the comments from the board if you don't mind.
Well, where we left off, Sarah and Mark came out, and I think Sarah was going to have a historic analysis done. Correct, Sarah?
well, where it stands now is that we want to have measured drawings of the existing barn. There's been considerable amount of work done on this historic barn, and the thought was to at least analyze and document what's there before decisions are made of where to go forward. And Sally Spangberg was approached. She's unable to complete measure drawings, but she has two ideas of somebody that can do measure drawings. It's with the right computer program, it's not as difficult as it sounds, but it needs to, the historic members need to be documented. And some of the work that was done without anyone's looking at it involved demolition, and there were actually stacks of historic fabric still on the site.
Right, that's
With all
some of
respect,
that stuff we want to reuse, for the flooring, for the second story, that some of it was taken out when they put the structural supports in. So we do want to reinstall some of that, whatever's not damaged. The
Yeah.
main issue that we,
Mark,
you know,
if I
what-
can, Mark, if
I'm
I can,
sorry.
Mark, 'cause I've been on this site for close to 3 years. I remember distinctly this very same board saying, last words upon our approvals were on the main house, do not let that barn fall down. You better not let that barn fall down. So with these storms we've been getting, as rotten as the barn was, we felt if we didn't shore it up, that it was going to fall down, and that was going to be a bigger mess than anything, trying to reassess what was there. So all we really did was shore up what was existing. We didn't change the shape, the size, or anything. I'm sorry for interrupting, Mark and Sarah.
Well, part of the problem is in the framing, it looks as if you've decided that these windows are going to be 6 over whatever. And in fact, the windows had been ordered and were already on site
Yeah, if I may be blunt, that was the idiot previous GC who's been terminated. And we are coming to you on our knees saying, just tell us what windows you want and we'll put them in.
Well, that's why Alex approached Sally Spangberg as far as being able to document what's there before the next decisions are made. And that should, with the board's approval, that should come relatively quickly. That was the idea. We did not.
Sarah, as you can see in that photo right there, the original, it looks like they were all 2 over 2. See how you can see that?
Yeah, I can see that, and we took photographs of them. But when we met, we didn't know that we had an historic preservation consultant in place, and now we do. And I think moving forward, that these decisions should be made with our historic preservation consultant and Alex working in tandem with the board.
So we have no problem. The main house has 2 over 2 grills. The cottage in the back does as well. And as we can see, that's what was in the barn as well. So we have no problem putting the, new windows with the 2 over 2 grills. What we really wanted, what we'd like, Sarah, we just want to know, we'd like to close it up because right now it is exposed to the weather. So we want to just kind of maybe put the new siding on, which is the tongue and groove, the beadboard to match that stuff that's right there that you can see in the photograph. We want, we would like to just close it up. And if you can't make the, if we have to wait for the decision on the windows, that's one thing. But right now it's exposed to the weather. So we just wanted to know if we could possibly get the okay just to close it up so it's not exposed anymore.
Okay, so two questions. One, Sarah, from an historical standpoint, does that, if Mark and Mike were to do that, would that risk the historical integrity? And then the second aspect is a legal one. I mean, could we, Alice, allow the guys to do that work in the name of historic preservation? So first to you, Sarah, what are your thoughts?
Well, my thought is to get Sally down there as quickly as possible. I mean, we were unaware that she had been appointed when we met. And we could be 2 weeks ahead of this had we known.
Yeah.
And I think if she gets down there ASAP, we can, some of these decisions can be made and the documentation needs to be made. The idea of reusing things, in the second floor, I mean, you don't do that until you decide what's there and what needs to be retained. And I think that's the first step. And then, if she says, go ahead and close it, then I say mighty fine too. I mean, it's up to her as far as I'm concerned. I was acting as a de facto preservation consultant, not realizing that we had one.
Can I just excuse
Let me, Mike, let me just finish my.
I just wanted to excuse myself. I have an emergency oil delivery and Mark.
Okay.
Or otherwise he's going to leave.
No, and you're going to get cold. So Alice, if it's a matter of almost emergency approval to button up the building, if in fact Sarah, Alex, and Sally go out there and they say, we're okay with it, is that something that, well, I guess, can they do that as part of maintenance?
It's been flapping in the breeze for a very long time.
Yeah. The question is,
well, we stopped it from flapping in the breeze. As you can see, all the, we did shore up all the framing. We just want to close it because right now it's wide open. There's literally snow inside the building now. So, I would like to, if we could get an okay to at least put the siding on, which would be, in kind to what was there. And then eventually when the weather turns, we do want to do the cedar roof. And if we have to wait on the, the interior stuff until we get the analysis and then, the window decision, that's fine. We could always cover the window openings temporarily with plywood or plastic or whatever it may be. We just would like to put the siding on. This way it's, not everything's exposed to the weather like it is right now.
Alice, so we wouldn't be approving the siding tonight regardless, because Alex, Sarah, and Sally need to go out there to make sure that there's no historical integrity loss. But if in fact they did that, and let's say that were to happen tomorrow, I'm not saying it will, then Alice, could they make those, put up the siding under the umbrella of maintenance?
I don't think that's the right thing to do.
No, I don't know.
Having been on the property, having been on the property, I don't think we're in danger of falling down the next 3 days. So I think we should,
Alex, just jump in there, okay?
we should get a hold of our historic consultant.
Okay.
get over it quickly.
Yep. Okay.
It is in its current state, and then move from there. If she looks at it and says, let's go ahead and sheathe, we don't necessarily have to wait to the next meeting to get permission, but I think she needs to see it in its current state before the next.
Definitely. Well, right. And that's what I was saying. We're not going to do anything tonight, but if, let's say, in the next few days, Sally goes out there and with Alex and Sarah make that determination, then could they put up the siding? And maybe it's a hypothetical question that doesn't need to be raised. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, my question to the board is like Sarah stated, we know that Sally cannot produce the scale drawings that we're looking for. So my question is, what role do we see the consultant playing in this? And is there someone else that we need to bring on to do those scale drawings if that's what's necessary?
Sarah?
Sally, the way I understood it, this is hearsay. She came up with two names of people who could do the measure drawings. But Sally would be in the position to say, you know, it's inappropriate to wrap this up right now. My quandary was who would pay for the measure drawings, whether it would be the applicant or I'm assuming it's the applicant.
Now, Sarah, what exactly are the drawings going to entail?
They're going to show you what is original and do scale drawings so that you have a framework upon which to work. That, you know, we're saving this. This will go, and the new material will go here. There are many, you've already done some work shoring it up. The concrete forms are on site, and there appear to have been changes to the interior framing on the east side of the barn.
Yeah, that was the previous contractor. He just
Okay.
went ahead.
Well, whatever.
On the west side, I tried to save the upper, you know, original framing, and we just repaired the lower half where it was really rotted. Whereas on the east side, he basically changed everything except some of the diagonal supports.
And that's where we are now. Somebody's done this and somebody's done that, and my thought is to quickly get measure drawings to show what we've got before we proceed. The original thought was to do a modified historic structures report. That doesn't seem to be possible, but at least to have measure drawings so that decisions can be made before other changes are acted upon. And I think that was, I think having walked the site, that I think we were all in agreement that it was a mess, but we need to unravel the mess.
Exactly. You know, that's what we're trying to do. You know, we just want to.
Guys,
and like you said, you know, like Jeff said, if we can get someone there in the next few days or, you know, week to come on, you know, I'll meet them on site, and we can go from there. We just, you know, I don't like the idea that there's, you know, snow in the building making it worse. But that's, you know, a few days isn't going to make that much of a difference at this point.
Okay, so Mark, we appreciate your flexibility. Sarah, Alex,
Alex, it was your understanding that Sally was giving several names, and that maybe do we have board's permission to have measure drawings?
Well, no, this falls under the category of the board is requiring information for the applicant to provide in order to complete the file.
Good. Okay, good.
Let's get those names, turn them over to Mark and Mike. They can choose who they want to use and get them in as quickly as possible, but it's information that we need to complete the file.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, board, excuse me, what about the architect that just did the drawings for us? Would it be possible for him to do the drawings? You know, just with the details that you're looking for?
I don't know. I think that it's my understanding that an architectural student could do it, to be honest with you, but you have to know what you're looking for, basically.
We need to guarantee that someone has history in in restoring architectural structures.
Because we have a licensed architect did the drawings for us. He just, you know, he did what we asked him to do, was just specify the window locations and showing the, you know, the repairs that were being done. But if there's, you know, I'm sure if you tell him exactly what you want, he could do that. Don't you agree, Mike?
I think the point that Mark McIntyre is making is that, and this is all coming out of the need to preserve history, and so lacking historical chops would not suffice. So let's go with what Sarah and Alex were talking about with Sally, getting a couple of names, sharing them with you, Mark Kafaga, and
Right.
and going there and getting them on site as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
So I appreciate your flexibility and your willingness to adjourn. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Mike, how did you get your oil delivered?
That's Mike. I guess Mike is getting his delivery. We
Yeah,
lost
well,
him, I think.
Mike froze. I hope he didn't freeze literally.
It's unfrozen.
No,
So-
he's okay.
Anyway, could we please have a second on that motion to adjourn? Second by John and Sarah. Second and third. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen. Stay warm, Mike. Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Tamara Carmichael, excuse me, Carmichael, and Todd Grossman at 93 White's Lane, garage and pool house. That's new as well, Alice?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
no, I don't
But
think
we did
so.
that last week.
Okay, we did it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
There's no hands up, so I don't know.
Can we approve that?
We approved it.
We approved it, I think.
That's why I couldn't find it. Maybe that's, okay, we approved that, huh? Okay. Okay.
We approved it. We did.
Okay, great. Okay, we spoke about Charles Falco not having jurisdiction with in the lack of affidavits being presented. Let's move on to number 11, 980 Meadow Lane Trust. At 9.
This is a new application and we have affidavits. They're in order.
Good, that's great to hear. And this is to amend a prior approval. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Mickey Benson and Benjamin Moore. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. That's what they put down.
Okay.
So, hi, Mr. Benson, you're in.
Good evening.
And Benjamin Moore is in.
Okay.
He's wearing a paint cap, we know.
No paint cap tonight, sorry.
Ben or Benjamin, which you prefer to go by? Ben or Benjamin?
Benjamin's just fine, thank you.
That's good. And you've lived with that for your entire life and
Whole life.
Somebody jokes. Okay.
It's why I had to go into architecture, I guess.
All right. So
You're a colorist?
No, I do paint a little bit, but
I like what's in your background, but
thank you.
Gentlemen, introduce yourselves and enough of this frivolity. Let's get on.
Okay, Mickey Benson with GP Schaefer Architects, representing the applicant for 980. And Benjamin Moore, also with GP Schaefer Architects in a support.
Okay, great. All right, gentlemen, tell us what you're amending.
I'd like to share my screen if I could.
Yep,
Yeah, you're
go
gonna
ahead.
have to. I don't have anything.
Okay. Let me know when you can see this.
We can.
Okay.
Yeah, very nice.
So this is a rendering from Meadow Lane. This is the north-facing portion of the property. You can get a glimpse of the house behind the landscaping proposal. This has not changed since our original application, which was approved over a year ago. We included this slide just to demonstrate that the landscaping, proposed landscaping is not changing. And this is, we believe, an accurate representation of the level of planting and screening, which will reveal small portions of the architecture. This next rendering is from the ocean side. If you can see my cursor, this is the subject property, peeking up over the dunes. Again, no change, no visible change as a result of this amendment in terms of the rendering or what's visible from either from Meadow Lane or from the ocean side. So we're going to be looking at three different components. The first is minor fenestration changes. This is on the front facade. The lower of the two elevations represents the previously approved application. You'll see there are two pairs of double hung windows on the first story, flanking the entry. And we are proposing a modification to that design to have this triple ganged mold window. So they're the same windows, double hungs, weight and chain, traditional painted double hung windows, divided lights, 12/12s. Same size and proportion as the previously approved, but we're adding a third one in between. And there will still be operable shutters on the far left and far right hand sides. There'll be bifold shutters so that they will actually operate and conceal the two end windows. And then we'll have a removable center shutter fabricated and kept on site, which is what would have been done traditionally when you have this kind of configuration.
Yep.
So that's the first fenestration change. The second on this elevation is on the garage wing, also on the north facing wing, facing Meadow Lane. This is the previous approved on the bottom elevation here, where we had two windows above the garage door, and the proposed modification in this application is to add a third window in between. This is to get more light, to hopefully get some views, obviously, of our landscaping, and we're hoping to catch some glimpses of the bay above the sort of tree canopies. So that's the extent of the fenestration changes. The second portion of the application is on the ocean facing side, the south facing facade. I'm going to zoom in a little here. The bottom elevation shows, if you can see, this slight bump out on the previously approved application with a series of casement windows. We've modified that to bump that out a little bit further, and we're adding some French doors and some flanking double hung windows on either side. This is to create a small breakfast room. It represents an addition of about 90 square feet net increase to the footprint. And we can see that in the side elevation here. I'll pan over. The one on the right is the previously approved, where you can see that bumped out about 3 feet. And now we're bumping out just shy of 10 feet. We're about 9'9", so about 6.5 feet further out on this small breakfast room addition. And then the third and final portion of this amendment is to add a small chimney above the garage wing here. This will be the same style, same material. It's going to be a whitewash painted brick. This is to conceal a boiler flue that was penetrating the roof here, and we just thought it would be more harmonious and a little more traditional in keeping with the architecture to have a basically a false chimney, but it'll conceal the boiler flue. We think it's just aesthetically more pleasing than having a metal pipe come out of the roof. And you can see that also in the side elevation here. Oh, sorry, here. Just poking up above that garage wing here. I don't think any of these alterations or modifications are visible from the public, but we present them for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Board members, comments?
Well, you know what? I mean, I prefer the former north elevation, but this house is so beautiful. I mean, sometimes skill trumps all, and this is an example where I think they should get their goddamn windows, and the other additions are fine.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments, or has Peter said it all?
Yeah, I agree. And you've even figured out operable shutters, which is usually one of my pet peeves. And I prefer just the two, but give them their goddamn windows. I agree.
All right. Okay. Any other comments from the board? Any public comments?
I'm in agreement with Peter and Sarah.
Okay, great.
No
Um,
public
Could you
comment.
confirm whether the, excuse me, whether the bump out needs any variance relief, if it's going beyond the original footprint?
It does not. It's within right.
Okay, not for wetland setbacks or anything?
No.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Good question. Thank you, Alex. All right, so I would make a motion that we approve the application to amend prior approvals on 980 Meadow Lane Trust for eponymously 980 Meadow Lane. A second on that.
Second.
Okay, that's a second by, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Great. All right, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Okay, great. Take care. And finally, in this flight, 100 Halsey Lane LLC. And in this case, it is not eponymous to the property. It is property at 140 Pulaski Street. Is the applicant here for that?
Yep.
All right. We're gonna get a medal for tenacity and patience.
This is a new application. We have the affidavits and they're in order.
Thank you, Alice. Okay.
Oh, where is he? Let's try it again.
Okay. Miran, I see your name.
Trying to get him to start his camera.
Okay.
Can you start your camera, Meron?
Start my video, yes.
Yes,
All
there
right.
you go.
Good
Oh,
evening.
hello.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello, again, tell us, although we recognize you, tell us who you are and who you represent.
Mayron, architect for 100 Halsey LLC. Presenting 144 Pulaski Street. And happy belated Valentine's Day.
It's getting more belated with each minute, so let's get to it.
Yes. All right. Jackie, do you have the drawings and renderings?
I have them.
All right.
I will.
You
put
you
them
may
up
want to
for
start
you.
with the rendering if possible.
You want the rendering first? Okay, here you go.
Please, yeah, because that's
All right.
very simple job. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, board members, good evening. Mayron, the architect for the project, Studio B&M. Project is on 144 Pulaski Street. Small lot, 15,463 square feet, 0.35 acres. It's in the R750 zoning. Maximum GFA allowed is 3,046. We're at 3,045, so we meet that area. We meet that criteria, I'm sorry. We also meet the pyramid law, setbacks, and the coverage and side yard requirements. The house is basically a very, in my opinion, modest house, clean, very in keeping with Pulaski Street. We, go ahead. I'm sorry. Somebody said something?
No.
No.
We're proposing wood siding on this house, cedar siding painted white. And on the upper level, as you see on the two upper gables, board and batten, also painted white. Windows would be standard Marvin windows, and they're standard gray, which is kind of a charcoal gray, more of a cross between gray and black. There was previously an application filed for this property and a house was approved, but in my opinion, I'm very honest, that house was very, very boring and not in keeping with Pulaski Street landscape. I think this is a much better house. It's one of the better looking house on the street. And that's it. That's my presentation.
All right. Okay.
Any questions
board
from the
mem-
board members?
Yeah, the board members, comments?
I'll jump in, but please, comment. I think, you know what, it's good looking. I have three detail requests.
Sure.
At the center, between the two gables,
yes,
the twin gables come down. I would like them to meet the eave line of the
other
roof over the double window in the center. It extends further and it looks funny.
No,
if they joined, it would be complete harmony.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, but I'm sorry. Who answered the question? Who was
Peter?
Peter, I'm sorry.
Peter, that was no great comment, but Peter, that was done on purpose to identify these gables.
I thought so, but I think you're identifying them too much. The other thing I would do is eliminate the, if they lined up, it would be fine, honestly. The other thing I would do, I think the vertical windows are a little anomalous, in the attic up there. I think they're a little busy, and maybe if they were gone, it would be stronger.
But they're not, Peter, they're not windows, they're louvers for ventilation.
Okay, the element.
Right,
okay,
right.
And again, I want to hear what other people say, all right?
Sure.
And then at the porch eave, if we can zoom in on that, I don't know if you can. The porch fascia is divided in two, right? You've got an upper fascia and a lower fascia.
Right.
If you would pull the lower fascia in to align with the face of the columns beneath, first it's a more traditional detail, and it would lighten the roof considerably. It would make a big difference on a detailed level. And then my other thing is, I don't understand these glass front doors, and there's no privacy, but I leave that to you, and I'm not going to say any more. Other than that, it was nice. You know what? The materials are nice.
Right.
The breaks, the scale, very good. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Peter. Thank
you. We'll hear from the other board members, and then Mayron, respond. Okay. Other board members?
Yeah, I agree that the PVC louvers should be lost. I don't think they do anything. I mean, I realize it's ventilation, but there must be a better solution. I agree that the eave should indeed join the horizontal. They look that looks like that's a form of almost gutter detail rather than a resolved eave. And I think otherwise the materials are good, and
great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you.
Mark or John?
My only comment is, I think I like the gray in the trim detail. I like in the columns. I like in the front door, but I think having the dark windows as well makes the house feel heavy. I would like to see the windows be white.
That's a good idea, Mark.
I would agree. I mean, in here, the color doesn't look like, you said it's going to be painted white, correct? The
facade, you mean?
Yeah, the shingles, the shingles are going to be white. So I would have to agree, unless the contrasting gray is a mid-tone or a more mellow kind of gray. But I think if it's as dark gray as you've shown here, I think it's distasteful from my standpoint. From a
Mark, if I may, I have no problem making the windows white.
Oh.
But as you look at the fascias and the rakes, they're also in harmony with the color of the windows. So if I go to the white windows, do you want to see white fascias and white rakes?
No.
It's going to be too white. It's just not going to have any contrast or any.
Actually, going back to my previous comment, I think if you left the trim color the gray, the windows white, but left the front door in the gray, I think it would focus your. I think the house would be lovely because it'd be two-tone, and I think it would focus your attention and actually give a little more presentation to the front door.
Okay. Is there?
I think the white windows with the gray trim is a really great idea.
Agree.
White windows and gray trim.
It'll be so graphic.
Peter, when you say gray trim, are you talking about the casings around the windows?
Well, the way I have it drawn, or the way it's shown.
Okay. Okay. Gray trim. And one last comment from the board members. Glass front door. The privacy issue, is that something that would be dictated by the board, or can I just leave it a glass door?
You know, it's traditional to have a solid front door, you know.
Right. No, I understand that, yes.
And most, until recently, everyone's always had a solid front door. So
I have no problem.
I think if we want to be contextual, we should have solid, I think we should have solid front doors, but maybe I'm just old fashioned, maybe it's different now. But
no, I'm more of old fashioned than you are, Peter. So that's fine.
As someone who lived once with a house with a glass front door, and the first thing I did was replace it because you don't feel comfortable, but that's personal. From the board standpoint, we actually do have purview over the door because it's exterior facing. I actually think a solid door with your side lights in gray would be lovely. Would be lovely.
Yeah,
very good. We'll do. All right, great.
So a question on the louvers, the vents, if
Yes,
they, and I don't know if they're functional or not, but
they're decorative, Jeff. I'm sorry. They're decorative.
the decorative.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was gonna say if they were functional and you painted them to match the white, then maybe they would disappear.
We could do that. We could do that.
if they're decorative, I'd lose them. I think it's better
Yeah,
without them.
exactly. That's what I.
Let's lose them.
Exactly. So I'm in agreement with all the things my board members have each said individually and collectively.
Great. So we get rid of the loop.
It's a good looking house. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right. So any public comment out there?
I agree. It's better than the last submission.
No, Jeff,
Great.
there's no public.
So
Just a
I move
question for
that
the
we
board,
accept
because I
the
didn't.
applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting.
So Jeff, when's the next meeting? 2 weeks, sir?
2 weeks, yep.
2 weeks. Very good.
The 28th. And submissions have to be in the Thursday before at noon.
Thursday before at noon.
Yep.
Mr. Chair,
Very
just a
good, guys.
question for the board. Does the board need to see any lighting? Only because I noticed it wasn't shown on the front, and sometimes that's been a concern.
I agree. They looked, unless it's recessed in the ceiling or the porch somehow. Yeah, there wasn't any. No fixtures were indicated in the facade of the house.
Maybe if you could show that on your revised plan, just so the board can have an idea.
What was that, sir? I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
If there's any lighting shown on the front, porch lights or something.
Porch light, okay.
All right. So thank you, Alex.
No problem.
Thank you very much, guys.
So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Second, please, on that.
So, Monday, the 28th. Thank you.
The 20th. All right. Yes. Second by Peter. Favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye, good. So finally.
Have a good night.
You too. Driveway gates, if anybody is still out there, are they? Oh,
Yeah, there's 5 more people.
wow. Okay.
No, 4.
Thomas Appio at 160 Breeze Lane for driveway gates. Please come forward.
Not, oh, here we go. There we go. Brad Grossman.
Okay. Okay,
We have affidavits on this one, Jeff.
thank you. Okay. Brad, tell us who you are, who you represent.
Brad Grossman from 1640 Management. I'm the general contractor for Thomas Appio at 160 Breeze Lane.
Okay, great. You have driveway gates that you want to show us. I don't know, Kat, you have those? If not, Brad probably does.
No, I don't.
Brad, you have those on your screen?
Yes, I should be able to.
Well,
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
you can see your screen.
Okay, great.
Okay, so tell us the dimensions. I assume you also have a line drawing with the dimensions.
Yes, I can pull that up after. So we're
Okay.
suggesting 2-foot pillars that are bluestone with cedar gates. So you can see through to the house and to basically encompass the materials that are already being used on the property.
Okay, all right, and you have obviously lights
We
embedded.
have lights and we put the keypad on the actual pillar.
Okay, great. And now dimensions, please.
Sure. Everyone see?
Yes.
Okay, so take us through it. I can see it, but for the benefit of the public for whom it's hard to read the numbers, tell us the dimensions.
So I'll start with the post, and it's 2 feet in width and it's 6'2" in height. The gate is a 4-foot gate, 12 inches off of the ground. So the top of the gate will be at 5 feet. We have a dimension of 3-inch spindles, and we have a separation of 1.5 inches in between.
Okay.
And we have 16 foot 4 from each side of the driveway.
Okay, great. Okay. That's it?
That's it. I mean,
Okay.
I'm happy to answer questions.
Yeah, so normally I would begin with asking my board members, but in as much as Brad, I think it was you and I bumped into each other in the building department.
Yes, correct.
Right, and Brad shared with me what he's sharing with you, and so we'll reflect those comments because they are the same. So on Breeze Lane, there are, I think there's one set of gates and it's essentially fully transparent. I think it's wrought iron gates. My comment to Brad at the time was that these gates present more formally than the street, than is the streetscape. I'm sorry, folks, if I'm not making myself clear, but in any event, gates are more substantial, more formal than I think is in harmony with the street. I asked Brad and his partner to drive around the area to look at some of the other gates, which are very few in the general area. There are a couple on White Street that are more diminutive, less overstated, white wood, and again, houses that are larger that don't have gates. So in any event, I think this is too much for this property on this street. And especially in the bluestone is not something that actually I think we have much of in the village for columns, and would be out of harmony on this street in particular. And then the formality of the lights, I think, again, accentuates that as well. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Board members, you may have a different perspective, and by all means.
I agree with you, Jeff. I mean, I live in the neighborhood as well, and this is not in the state section of the village, and the properties are they're larger, but not estate size homes, and for that reason, I think this gate structure is a bit heavy, to say the least. The stone on both sides seems to be just a bit overwhelming, and I don't think the lights are necessary. Given the setting, I would like to see it just. At the same time, I like the fact that the gate itself is fairly low. I think it's 4 feet in the center. That is a good thing from my perspective. I just think the rest of it is just too heavy, too big, too bulky for this particular street.
I have a question. In your line drawing, how wide are the pickets?
The width, so we have, bring it back up. I believe we have 16 feet from.
No, in the individual, in the gate itself, I see a 1.5 inch space and then 3 inch pickets.
Correct.
When I look at your rendering, it looks like 2 and 2. So
yeah, it looks like the dimension might be incorrect.
I think your drawing is a lot more. I think your drawing is a lot more solid than this rendering.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for it to be see-through. We're not looking to not be able to see the house.
If your picket's 3 inches and your spacing is 1.5, it is far more opaque than this drawing.
Correct. I agree. I think there's a
I
mistake.
think you need to head back toward two things. You need to head back toward 50% transparency. I don't think the lights are right for this neighborhood, and these particular sets of gates are too formal for that neighborhood and out of character for that street in that neighborhood.
So the other idea we were playing with, and tell me what you guys think, is to do AZAC posts smaller in size to match the detail on the front of the house, and then leave the cedar gates the way they are. Make sure we correct the transparency. Would that be more fitting?
Well, also, do they have to be 16 fork in the? Well, why do they have to be higher than what a fence would be allowed, which is 4 feet in the front yard? And yeah, the bluestone, 8 inch or 10 inch, maybe 12 inch even AZAC post be better, but I would even like to see it lower. And I think it should be more country. I mean, they don't exist on Breeze, I mean, except for one, maybe. I didn't even notice that one.
Yeah.
Why can't it be more of a country fence? It looks like an estate fence, and it's just, it's not. It's pretentious. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a lovely neighborhood, but it's not the estate section, and just a simpler thing without the swoops and all that stuff. Okay.
So you prefer it to be the gate itself to be straight, and
the node lights on it, and if you can shrink it to 15 feet, that'd be even better. But that's all I have to say about it. It doesn't fit in at all.
Okay.
The house itself is very horizontal in design. So I agree. I think that the swoops just don't seem to be in character with the house itself.
Okay, so we'll go.
You do horizontal, board posts. You know what I mean? Which can be contemporary and lovely, and also country. You know what I mean? But I think you got to bring it down a notch. In terms
I mean,
of,
I think
style.
we can use the elements that are currently at the house and satisfy the suggestions you're making.
Yeah,
that
would be the direction I'd say.
I wish I could find it on my computer, but I can't. But there's that, and we used it before on Little Plains, on the corner of Little Plains and Herrick, I think.
Yeah, I remember
that house that has a 4-foot gate. It's white. It's 80% transparent. And boy, it just blends in so nicely.
A pony gate.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that we were trying to do is to have it be cedar, because we did drive around the neighborhood and we see that a lot of the gates are older and they're white and AZAC. We wanted to have something that we felt blend in with the property and felt like a little bit more organic, where I don't feel like these large white gates really give you that feel. I think it's very easy for us to get rid of the bluestone post and even decrease the size of the post. But I do think the cedar makes it feel more natural and it blends in with the house.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to cedar. I'm not opposed to that at all.
I'm not opposed to the material as long as you figure out how to do it with transparency.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I think all your suggestions, I think, are easy for us to turn around and make changes.
But you know what? Like make the post cedars too. Then, if you're gonna do cedar gate, you gotta do cedar post.
Right. Be consistent.
Okay, all right. So we'll use cedar everywhere. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the message is simplicity and scale.
We can do that. No problem.
Okay, great. So any public comment?
No, sir.
All right, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Brad, any submissions have to be in the Thursday before the next meeting by noon time? Okay. Okay. And provide us with digital line drawings and renderings, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Also, the location, we didn't speak about that, but if you could have a site drawing as well.
I'll resend. We sent everything in for submission.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I'll resubmit. We'll resubmit everything. I'll
Okay,
make sure
great.
you guys have it next time.
Fantastic. Do we have a second on my motion? By John, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, Brad.
Thank you. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, thank you, folks. And finally, the application of, it's either Pascal or let's say Pascal, LLC at 520 Captain's Neck Lane for driveway gates. Alice, I'm sure this has affidavits, but.
Correct. They're in order.
Okay, anybody still out there?
Here he comes. David Bay.
Yes. Good evening.
Ah,
Good
Can
evening.
you see me? Great.
okay, David, introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, who you represent.
Yes, David Bay of David Bay Architect, and I'm here on behalf of Pashal LLC, located at 520 Captain's Neck Lane.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share my screen. I have all the images.
That's good.
yeah.
I don't have any.
Okay, good. Yep, please do.
Okay, let's see. And if you can see that.
We can.
Right. So this is the survey, and 520 Captain's Neck Lane is a flag lot on Captain's Neck Lane. The proposed location of the gate is here, which is roughly 317 feet off of Captain's Neck Lane. And so here's a photograph of the existing driveway to the back property. The proposed gate location is really at the top of the flagpole. So again, 300 feet, and this is as it exists today. This photograph was taken in early January, and this is the gate we are proposing.
Love the animation.
Before and after. And then we tried to keep the gate very simple. The gate is 13'6" wide to the posts. The posts are 8-inch square, Alaskan yellow cedar. It's going to weather naturally. And the frame is consisted of, again, Alaskan yellow cedar, 4 inches with a diagonal brace and a wire mesh kind of infill, and you can kind of see the materials here. Just two materials, weathered cedar and the wire mesh. And that's it.
And that's the actual wire mesh you'll be using.
Correct. 1.5 inch spacing.
Yeah. Okay, great.
How does it, is there mechanics on it?
It's a mechanical gate. There are no lights associated with it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And the keypad, or what's the mechanism?
I've heard from your previous gate applications that you prefer the keypad on the post, which we're happy to accommodate if that is
Okay.
the village's preference. Although
So
the gate is so far back,
I know.
you won't even see if it was.
Yeah. It's.
I think in this case, if they actually wanted a different keypad,
Yeah.
I think we should make an
Yeah.
exception here, but.
Yeah, it's.
I do too.
David, it's a non-issue. So if that's a convenience for the applicant and you, because it's going to impact you more than it is anybody driving by. They'd be practically trespassing if they came up to the gate. So, board members, any comments?
It's an elegant design and an elegant presentation.
All right.
Thank you.
Can't get simpler than this. It's.
Yeah, no, you're making life easy. So, okay, so any public comments? And if there's any public out there.
I don't think there's anybody out here.
No, not at
MC.
not at 11:37 on Valentine's evening. If anybody out there, David, thank you for your patience. I move that we accept the application of Pashal, is that how you pronounced it? LLC for 20 Captain's Neck Lane with driveway gates as submitted. So.
Second.
Thank you.
Second by John. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So with that, we are at the end of all our applications. I don't think there's any business that anybody wants to address this evening. If there is, we're happy to stick around, but if not, we're also happy to call it an evening. So let's call it an evening. And I move that we close this meeting of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. Now 11:38, February 14th, 2022. Do I have a second somewhere on that?
Second.
Peter, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.